if you read the text, it's to me it sounds reliable. I can't see anything in here where I'm like really questioning like is this person
Okay,
telling the
okay,
truth?
let me ask you, before the King James version of the Bible, what was the most accepted version of the Bible?
The this Greek Septuagint. So
That would be the Geneva Bible. And the main difference between the two Bibles is in the King James version, it talks about how Jesus said that you should obey the laws of whatever land you live in. And in the Geneva Bible, they say that no, you should obey the laws of God and not trust your government. But that part had to go. Like the Bible's been changed by man
just
over
Well,
because
and over.
men have
yeah,
changed it doesn't mean we don't have the original translation in Greek. Like, okay, someone changed it in our English language, but if you look into like an Orthodox context, that's kind of ridiculous. It's like we have the original manuscript, so we can read what they wrote. Uh,
Okay, so why isn't that being taught at
say
church
what?
instead of the King James version?
because
Well,
Protestantism, that's why so many
Protestant.
churches took over.
Well,
Like these sects
I,
took over and they have their Bibles and their way of doing things,
I'll
and
give
it's
you a
all
very simple answer, Cecil. Two things really quick. Number one, they had to include the Masoretic texts, which in my opinion are very dubious, and with that, they also brought Kabbalism into Christianity, which is extremely dubious. And so that's what Protestantism basically is a mix of like uh, cult Judaism things mixed into Christianity. So that's the reason why it's all fucked up. And then you mix that with the English language, and you've got like four or five different layers added into Christianity about 500 years ago. So it's totally fucked up. I mean, there's no
you
doubt
got to
about it.
get to the source of it. Like you can't, like if you're, like I understand, like yes, people did fuck up the scriptures, right? They messed with it, but we still have the ability to go back as far as we possibly can and find out what those original scriptures look like, what they actually said, and we can still do that. And people
Okay,
have.
well, I think that that should be made more, definitely be made more popular than it is now. You know, that's all I'm saying.
There's a ton of different versions of the Bible now, so it's pretty much take your pick or whatever. But I always say the best version is the one that brings you to Jesus Christ. So whatever that however you relate is the one you want to use. But in the Quran here it says in verse 22:34 that he's appointed he's appointed for all religions. So whether there's anything else that's going on the earth, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, Mysticism, that whatever, he's still in charge of all of it. So uh, ultimately, yeah, we're all part of the God, right? But he still makes distinct who he is through Israel and through Messiah.
All
Doing a
right,
bang up
but
job of it.
but check this out though. All those all those religions you just mentioned, they also all say that as well about your religion. They say that they're the ones that are in charge and not you. So now what?
You give it up to God
Every
or you kill each
religion
other.
says that it's the one that has the whole picture of all the truth, and like
You either have a cursing party, you go to war, or you let God handle it.
Well, can I ask this about the Bible? Was before the Bible, was there thunder deities, lightning deities, fire deities, sun deities, metallurgical deities, or agricultural deities?
If they were pagan, probably.
Well, those deities are all in the Bible.
Yeah.
The deity of the Bible, there's many facets of the deity in the Bible, and it's a thunder god, a lightning god, definitely a fire god, definitely an agricultural god. It's kind of just consolidated into one. So it's not the source, right? There's got to be the source of those concepts, right?
Well, that's the God of Israel. You know, so yeah, he allows those other things, and he might even allow that into heaven. You know, we don't know. I don't know. But if you want to know him and have him
Aside
as
from well,
as your only boss for eternity, you know put your faith in Jesus Christ. Unfortunately, there's no way around him.
you can't say unfortunately. You're supposed to say fortunately.
Well, you know, for unbelievers, you know, they always want an out, and God's the only one that has all the outs.
Yeah, but my religion said that about your religion.
Well,
Yeah, and in
all I could
Egypt,
say to
where
that is
a
like
lot of
there's
the Bible was
truth,
stolen
there's
from,
truth, and there's a lie, man. And
False dilemma defeat.
a lot of these themes in the Bible came from Egypt and Persia and Mesopotamia. Some of
Mr.
those
Anderson,
civilizations
but
being
you
around
know
for
we've covered
thousands of
this
years.
argument, brother. We've covered that. It's like, of course, you're going to see similarities in other religions if there's one true God and everybody's looking for the truth and they catch glimpses of it. That's
Yeah, but some
not
of these cultures
far
practiced
out.
it for thousands of years before your culture
It
came.
doesn't matter the time. It like one
It
day
does.
is 1,000 years to God. You know, it's like we. I can get you can have an argument for every single little thing, but
Which of them
it,
circumcised?
it's just it's
Who were crazy enough to actually do something like that?
There's
I'll give it to
multiple
you.
cultures
I
that
mean, by
have
your
circumcision,
judgment, you
dude.
know, it's like
Yeah,
you
and
can
I'll
sit here
concede
and
that
judge
circumcising is
God
a
all day
hardcore
long, but the truth of
cult
the
move.
matter is, God, you're not the judge of God. God is the judge of you, and
I'm not judging God.
that's gonna be the reality that everybody faces. That God
Yeah,
is the
and
judge.
no man has the right to judge another man. Or if that is true, some men can judge other men in the matters of men, but I don't owe shit to another man as far as my personal relationship with God and my level of spirituality. You know, no man has the right to question another man's spirituality or how faithful he is to God or whatever.
I don't think anybody's done that. I mean, it just feels
Yeah,
like a lot of times when anybody talks about God, people get this like attitude about it. Like, you know, I don't have to like. It doesn't even have to be that way, brother. That's my opinion.
Well, for me, I know who saved me, and I know who will get you there.
Yeah, people are gonna believe what they believe. It's not on me to tell anybody about their salvation or anything like that. I'm talking when I'm speaking on the information, right? So I actually grew up. Both my parents are both pastors, so obviously I've had some interesting conversations with them as I grew up and was asking some of the harder questions. And what Cecil brought up earlier was one of the ones I brought up when I was like 12, I think, as far as why is it telling me in one hand to just obey all the laws of the governments and that the governments were put there by God, and the other hand, people like Jesus are dying for their beliefs. You know, there's many things that just don't make sense. So it's valid questions that you might not struggle with, but there's many people when they're reading the Bible and it's literally a thunder and lightning deity. It's literally a fire deity.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
covered. That's covered in you know the almost. I think Genesis. It covers that he's not just fire or water. Or, it's not like that. It's
Yeah,
one
but
God in three persons,
evil
and he's
pagan
not
shit, bro.
a
You're a
deity,
fucking
and he
pagan.
is very real, brother. Yeah, real.
Yeah, like with Moses going up to the mountain and the mountain is quaking and smoke coming out of it. And
Do you
basically
think there's
they're
anything that's
interpreting.
impossible to God, though? I mean, really think about this for a second. Like, let's use logic here. If God is outside time and created everything, is there really anything he can't do?
Yeah, but that's just general That's just general sayings, right? So if I went to a mountain right now and it started thundering and lightning, and I came down from the mountain and said, the lightning told me this, I'm interpreting what the lightning just told me.
But it wasn't just lightning that told him.
Okay.
In
he's
case
more
of
than
the
just thunder and
burning
lightning.
bush, the bush was on fire, but it wasn't burnt. This is, it's beyond comprehension what Moses experienced, and it's not going to fit into a logical box with reason. And we see that in other texts too. Like if you try to interpret Lao Tzu logically with reason, he has a lot of paradoxes that don't make sense. So it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy that since you don't understand it, that it's not true.
That's a good point. We know that he's more than just thunder and lightning and fire because he actually walked the earth as Jesus Christ.
See, no one's come and told you that God doesn't exist, but someone has come and told us that God does exist. So,
well, I've heard every angle. I've heard people say both for sure. Well, even I can't speak on Orthodox because it sounds like there's at least one Orthodox person. But when you say Jesus through an angel or whatever, or not Jesus, but God through an angel appeared as the fire in the burning bush, also was like a pillar of fire going through the desert and all that, also manifests as fire engulfing there's many fire aspects to it.
Just because, well, put it this way, God lit what is it, Elijah's fire, right? You know, just because he uses something in his creation, his energies, right, that doesn't mean his energies are his essence. They're just his energies, and how he shows man through his energies and imparts grace that way. But that his essence itself is unknowable.
And like in Leviticus, how it's saying the fire shall be ever burning upon the altar and never go out. It's hard to ignore the Persian influence. Like what
if it's back to this argument that flashes and broken pieces in a mirror, it's like of the truth
Zoroaster
of God
was 1,000 years before.
Throughout time in different places and different cultures where men seek truth.
Interesting. So if you lived in a northern climate, wouldn't an everlasting flame be very valuable?
Were there any other empires that were actually theocracies like the Jews were?
You have to say that again. I didn't get that.
Were there any other civilizations or, around that time that were, led by the priesthood?
Well, the Persians, there's a few juggernauts. I don't know if you mean the Christian priesthood, so maybe not in that sense. But
I'm saying about the time of the Jews, before exile.
Well, the Persians, for example, with their magi, the magi are the ones who followed a prophecy. They followed a star to the birth of Jesus. So why were there no Hebrews? If it was a Hebrew prophecy, why is it that there's Persian magi following a star to his birth and not any Hebrews? Where's the Hebrews at?
I can tell you that right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I can tell you that because Daniel was taken, that whole group of, the first temple Jews were taken to Babylon.
Okay.
Right. So they mixed in with them and whatever. Some of them stayed behind when after the 70 years and they came back and rebuilt the temple or built the first temple or whatever it was. Can't remember now, but
after the Persians released them and all that.
Right.
Okay.
the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar.
So
So they
here's your
came from that area, Chaldea, and kind of.
Why weren't there any Hebrews coming to Jesus' birth, and why was it Persian
this is
magi?
this is the answer to it though. Okay, so though not with the same power as in the people of God, the Hebrews, nevertheless the presence of the Spirit of God also acted in the pagans who did not know the true God, because even among them God found for himself chosen people. Such, for instance, were the virgin prophetess called Cybele, who vowed virginity to an unknown God, but still to the creator of the universe, the all-powerful ruler of the world, as he was conceived by the pagans. Though the pagan philosophers also wandered in darkness of ignorance of God, yet they sought the truth which is beloved by God. And on account of this God pleasing seeking, they could partake of the Spirit of God. And for it is said that the nations who do not know God practice by nature the demands of the law, which is pleasing to God. Romans 2:14. So you see both in the holy Hebrew people, a people beloved by God, and the pagans who did not know God, there was a preserved knowledge of God. That is a clear and rational comprehension of how the Lord God, the Holy Spirit acts in man, and by means of what inner and outer feelings one can be sure that this is really the actions of our Lord and the Holy Spirit, not a delusion of the enemy. That is how it was from Adam's fall until the coming of the flesh of the Lord Jesus Christ into the world. Saint Seraphim of Saroff.
So you're saying that God can use non-Hebrews
He
for
can
his
use
means.
anybody. He's God.
Okay, so why was there no Hebrews that were following a prophecy to
I just
Jesus'
answered your
birth?
question. I answered your question, bro. Because he could use anybody for his glory, anybody he wants. So it's like, uh, it's when you say chosen people, it's like this logical idea that only the chosen people. But that's not how God viewed things. That's the way man views things. That's not how he viewed it.
You did have great King Herod, who the first one that built a lot of the infrastructure of Israel. But that was a different kind of looking, I guess you'd say.
Job was a Gentile, you know?
So God spoke to these magi and told them to follow prophecy, or
That's
did
what
God
the
inspire
scriptures
someone else
say.
to write the prophecy that they're following?
That's what the scriptures say, man.
Interesting.
You got to remember during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, Daniel, and the next king after that, I think it was Darius or something. They were shown the power of the God of Israel a few different times with the burning furnace, the some of the Hebrews, and then the lion's den. So they declared the God of Israel basically to be the God at a certain point in their kingdom or empire.
Yeah, there's seems to be a lot of crossover and synchronization going on. You know what I find interesting too is that a lot of the modern day churches still continue this connecting fire to worship. They have like their fire worship center and fire worship this and fire worship that and campfire worship and
Is it fire and water or fire just fire?
just fire.
Advent candles.
Just constantly the fire choir, the fire worship center, the worship center fire, that seems to be that same theme of fire worship continuing. Doesn't mean they're the true church or anything like that. I'm not making theological claims or anything.
Yeah. Well, if the thing is that you're trying to in the mind, equate God to some sort of physical presence of some sort of phenomenon like fire or water or substance or thunder and lightning. Well, yeah, that's all. It's all him, but see, he became a man so that we could know him as he is, relating to us. So we don't have to look at the environment anymore. We know that there was a person here who declared who he was and then was glorified.
You didn't need to do that though.
Actually, if you listen to the rest of this book of Enoch, it explains a lot more.
You mean
What
Melchizedek?
what did I say? Enoch? My bad.
Yeah.
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek, the priest of El.
It explains a lot of that aspect of creation and the reason, a lot more of the reason why.
Sounds like it was written after the fact though.
So it's
Fuck
like-
yeah, bro. Who did Jesus call out to when he was on the cross? What was the name of the God that he called out to?
I think you just called him Father.
Father.
He said Abba.
No.
Yeah.
Eli.
He called out to Father.
Elah. Elah was the word that he said. See, we can't even freaking, like, there's so many different versions of the Bible we can't even agree on. Like, okay, so he called out Elah. Who do Muslims worship again?
God of Abraham.
That's English. You can't use English to connect those two words like that.
Allah? Allah Akbar is what Muslims say? Like, I can't help but
That
notice
phrase
that those
wasn't
two words
translated,
are like
though.
really close. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like Kabbalah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Aramaic and Arabic are kind of similar
What
languages.
is it? Like, dude, fuck this shit.
Lols?
With ancient cultures and languages, you can't just use English to connect things every time like that. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying
It's him.
connecting words in English doesn't really work like that. But yeah, Melchizedek, priest of El, the Most High.
So, Red, you think that the scholars at the institute in Israel or Egypt or the British Museum of Natural History, wherever they're decoding that thing, you think that's all a propaganda job?
Decoding what?
Like the Book of Melchizedek here. You said it was what do you say?
Written
after
after
the
the fact.
Done after the fact, yeah. So you don't think that was found in the in the whole Cameroon cache of scrolls or whatever? You think it's just
I don't know what
straight
to think about
propaganda?
the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think I don't know enough knowledge about them to
I think
have
they're
an
very
opinion.
dubious.
That's what I would lean towards.
Because
I mean, if it's that serious, so we're talking about your major university and institutions basically all being a complete fraud, and the whole everything is a total veil, and we won't know until we actually pass
Doesn't
over.
really matter. It doesn't really matter when you have an omnipotent God who can speak to us right now.
Yeah, okay, but there's a way to do that. But if you're saying that he should do it, the way you're thinking, at that time, there's no denial, and the Quran says that you're at judgment basically at that time because you can't deny him anymore. So all of your gained faith at that point is pretty much, it says in the Quran, it's worthless to him.
well, being spoke to the way Moses was and Elijah, it's kind of grandfathered in. God doesn't do that anymore, right?
I don't think he does, but especially after going through the book of Melchizedek here, he almost accepts the responsibility solely and explains the reason why he becomes quote unquote that man and dies. So I think that it might only be the Satan character, the devil character, that is the only thing that's left behind as the scapegoat for everything else, basically. Unfortunately for him,
Yeah.
but I don't know that for sure. But you know, some things have me think that, that could be possible.
Well, I remember being a kid and asking the pastor if Elijah was allowed to challenge God in front of all these priests of Baal and have him manifest as fire and all that.
He didn't challenge God.
No, challenge the priests of Baal, I said.
Yeah.
Basically, well, is what I meant. Challenging the priests of Baal. And yeah, that might be the wrong word to use, challenge God. But he called on God to manifest himself. And I used to ask, why can Elijah do that then, but we can't do that now?
Well, Elijah could do that because he was so close to God. He reached a point of sanctification through ascetic struggle.
Well, yeah, but
like,
nobody on earth now, I guess, is on Elijah's level.
well, I mean, there's been people like him. Saint Mark the ascetic moved a mountain. There's been miracle workers that raised the dead.
Who did what?
Saint John Maximovich was a recent saint that I guess he walked through walls and did a few unbelievable miracles. And we have footage of him, actually. You can watch him.
I've seen some of the videos of like the Orthodox bishops or priests where they're like supposed to be like beaming light from their fingers and stuff like that. Do you believe in all that?
Well, yeah, because I've seen it myself. Yeah.
Interesting.
I've seen the Uncreated Light on this. It's a monk out of Cobleskill, New York. His name was Father Barsanufius. He died not that long ago, but yeah, you could watch a memorial service of him on the Orthodox Traditional channel. But yeah, a very holy man.
I've seen yeah, because I can't argue with people's personal experiences. When I see many cultures do what some would call spookism or whatever word people want to use, where people get hyped up, and I would call some of it demonic, actually, in some cultures, what they're doing. But when I see that stuff, it's like, where's the need to pursue that so hard? Like, I think I saw the Orthodox guy, the priest, he put that, like, they had like some mummified foot of a saint or something, and they dipped it in the water, and everybody was just clamoring and killing each other to get this water from this decrepit foot that was dumped in the water. So
it's holy water, and those are relics. So I mean, I don't know necessarily what video you watched or what saint it was, but I've seen, like, and I'm sure you're going to question it, but that's fine. I've seen pieces of the True Cross and the Mother of God's belt, and Mary Magdalene's hair.
How does that not take away from the faith aspect of the Christian faith?
Well, it strengthens my faith. I don't know what you mean.
I'm saying that faith is more powerful when you don't have like physical, naturalistic
well, we've always had relics in the church. That's just you grew up in the West, so your ideas on what the church should have are based on this modern experience of what you think is Christianity, and it's just not that. I think that if more people actually went and experienced what real Christianity was, they'd understand the fullness of the faith, and they'd know what they were rejecting. Because if you knew what you were rejecting, you wouldn't reject it.
But wouldn't it be considered witchcraft if another culture did that?
No, it's not witchcraft.
No, if another culture does that, the same thing, the lights beaming out of the fingers and all that, is that witchcraft, or are they just...
Sure, there's instances where the devil does miracles. I mean, it says in the scriptures that he turns into an angel of light. So, I mean, if it's anything to lead a man astray from God, and he causes schism, and he causes false teachers, and he causes all these things, to lead us away from the one true God. And once you experience the one true God, then you slowly but surely get discernment. And it also comes with reading other people who had discernment and understood these things.
Just want to say in 1 Kings 18, that where Elijah calls down the fire, he makes a prayer right before the fire comes down. So it's not like Elijah was commanding, like Jesus, could command something like that, and it happened. He was told to do it, and that's what basically we see there is he's according to your word, do this, whatever, da, da, da. And so you could be
Well, not
really
as a
close to
circus
God.
trick. He wasn't trying to create a circus trick or something like that. I'm not saying that.
I'm just saying, like, in terms of the command of the Holy Spirit or the spiritual gifts, stuff like that, you could be like super close to God, but you're still, not Jesus. It's all His power. So He, you have to yield to that power. You can't command it necessarily.
Okay, so I have a question for the super hardcore Christians that are here on the panel right now. Were your parents religious?
Mine weren't.
I got a question for you too after this.
Who's the other hardcore Christian here?
Are you a hardcore atheist? Is that what you?
No.
What are you?
Spiritual agnostic, non-religious.
What's that like?
It's sure as hell not reading a fucking book that's been in 50 different languages and thinking I fucking know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You ever seen an angel before?
Oh God, dude.
Hey, yeah,
I guess you haven't.
think that
That's all you had to say, man.
don't you think the Dead Sea Scrolls actually negate all of that language and translation, transliteration argument basically out of the water, because you have basically...
You don't think angels are real? What about devils? What do you think of them?
Well, whatever.
I have a tendency to like avoid conversations like that because like it's really easy to get drawn into a senseless argument over belief structures and whatnot. If I've ever met an angel or a devil, I probably would know. Why is there people running down the middle of the street? Oh, it's Saturday night. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you should probably just like get out of your car, take your shirt off, and just start running with them and see what they do.
He had all his clothes on.
I thought you did, man.
It is cold outside.
It is.
But
Why does it
yeah,
always
bless
turn to
us.
this conversation?
People
Terrible.
might think I'm on Sherm if I start doing that, bro.
Yeah, but the fact is that I like what DeFreak shared in terms of the book of Melchizedek, because had lots of strange passages in there about living in a lawless society. So I thought that was
freedom.
I thought that was fascinating. But I'm sorry, what was that, DeFreak?
And freedom.
Yeah, freedom. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It talks a lot about freedom and goodness and all that type of stuff being expressed freely and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, so as to say, it's almost speaking of a sort of Taoist society. And then there's this whole idea within the book of Hebrews, right, of the order of Melchizedek, right? So I don't know if the book of Hebrews, if that person was picking up some of the same stuff that the person was, sort of putting down, who was talking about what they were talking about in the book of, Melchizedek, because it definitely seems to impart very similar concepts.
Definitely.
I mean, even if it did, like I said, it's probably written after the fact, so it wouldn't matter.
Okay, but the fact that it's got all those concepts and everything in these other Eastern, developed, organized religions, like or whatever they call them, even that should be, if you put as much stock into it, it still should cultivate something in terms of I don't know what I'm even trying to say, but like basically if it's similar, well then maybe there's something to it.
Well,
Half the time I'm wondering what you're saying, DeFreak, but maybe I'm just a slow boy.
My bad.
I'll tell you something about that. At least in Orthodoxy, the way we view those is like there might be passages in there that are inspired, but usually, like especially with the Book of Enoch, we feel as if it's been tampered with in some way. Like things have been added. Someone has added some things that aren't uh, that are foreign to the concepts and ideas and reality of the scriptures. So they've been labeled pseudo-pigography and they're put to the side. They're not a part of the main scriptures. And I believe the church says you shouldn't read them. I think it's like a canon maybe that you shouldn't read those books. But
That's just what Cecil said, basically.
now why that is I would imagine because you don't want to get carried away by myths, which is in the New Testament. So if there is something in there that isn't true, and you take that as a belief, it could lead you into like some other erroneous beliefs, because there's a lot of people out there saying that, there's angels had sex with women, and I don't believe that's true.
So that part in Genesis is left out of the ortho.
No, it's there, but the interpretation.
They don't interpret it that way, yeah.
Yeah, the interpretation is different. So the sons of God would be those who followed the ways of Adam. So they were righteous followers of God, just as the apostles call themselves sons of God in the New Testament. And these the other people, the sons of man, are the ones that follow the ways of Cain. So when the sons of God entered into the sons of Cain or whatever it is, or sons of men, this is them taking wives from the Canaanite tribe, where these people are kind of not holy and went in the ways of God. So it's something like that.
So you think that there's a connection between Cain of Cain and Abel, the story, and the Canaanites?
Yeah, they're named after him.
Those are still two different things, though. Canaanites were kind of a Gnostic sect, which later helps form the basis of like the Freemasons.
Well, my point about it is that what his people were named were Canaanites. You know what I mean? Because they came from the seed of Cain.
I don't know if that's true. It might have just been the land of Canaan. The Canaanites could be like Far Eastern Asians.
I've heard that. I've read that somewhere. I know what you're talking about. And that, they connected it with like how the samurai are or something. I don't know.
So Cain, I always get this mixed up. Cain made an offering of what was it? Of like
meat,
and then Abel made an offering
other way around.
Of vegetables. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, one of them made an offering of vegetables, and the other one made an offering of meat. So it could be an analogy of where they're talking about like a tribe of people or something, and one of them was agricultural and the other one was pastoral or herder types or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, see, Abel was a sheep herder, so he watched the sheep, and his offering was a sheep. and Cain's, and this connects with Christ being the sacrificial lamb. And then Cain offered, vegetables, and it was an unacceptable offering. And the reason it was unacceptable is because he was manipulating the land. That's what I believe. Like, he wasn't being natural with it, almost like a Lao Tzu idea of like just be like a sheep herder is just chilling. This guy's like going out of his way to like do it himself instead of using what's there.
Okay.
As is.
So Cain was the agriculturalist and Abel was the pastoralist.
Yeah. Something.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, it's really vague. It's really vague. It might actually come down to he liked the smell of the meat. I don't know.
Well, Cecil's making a good point as far as representations and archetypes of civilizations, because you have Adam and Eve who had Cain and Abel. Cain kills Abel, and then Cain goes out to another city and takes a wife. So it couldn't have been that it was just Adam and Eve were the only people. It's almost like a case example of a specific bloodline.
Well, there's an answer to that. So when the scriptures talk about something and it leaves out something like, where did Cain get his wife or something like that, right? We're just not told that. We don't know.
City,
we don't know what happened in that situation. So it's not like, just because that detail's not there, we shouldn't make assumptions and say like, well, the story isn't true or something. You know what I mean?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's safe to assume that there was other people on the earth at that point other than Cain and Adam and Eve. If he went and took a wife, he didn't take Eve as his wife, right?
Well,
Right.
That's the thing with it, is like, we're not told what that was. I mean, we're not told that detail. So
if he went to a city
it's just
and took
a mystery.
a wife,
It's a mystery.
It would be nice if he did.
because then they ended up having Seth and all that. But at that point, you got Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. Cain kills Abel, then goes to a city.
He doesn't
and takes
immediately
a wife.
go and get a wife, though, does he? Like, is it like right afterwards?
So he goes and hides out and waits until the further kids of Adam and Eve have a bunch of kids and generations, and then takes a wife.
I mean, we're not told all this. So
That's
what
what
can
we
we
about
say?
tribes of people.
Yeah.
There's an allusion to, kind of a
You're offending Joel, bro. Chill out.
there's an unimplied kind of notion that in the Quran that says that God turns about 8 cattle into humans, but don't hang your hat on that. So it wasn't, we're not just a product of brother and sisterly, ancestrally kind of, whatever. God may have provided other humans to start the process.
That's speculation, though.
It's speculation. But it's alluded to a little bit in the Quran. So, it's so vague. Like, that aspect part of it is very vague.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
What if the Garden of Eden was real and it was a case example, a controlled environment for a certain bloodline, to see how pure they could be, to see how they would respond?
There's this author, or he's actually an anthropologist. His name's Daniel Quinn, and he wrote a bunch of different books, but one of the books that he wrote was called Ishmael. And he's talking about, his theory is that, the part where God put a mark on Cain so that all the animals and all the other tribe, all the other people would know that he's a murderer. So this guy's theory is that mark
Not
that
to
he
kill him anyway.
was white skin. And that Cain, or the Canaanites, or the original Chaldeans, are a group of white people that migrated, or one of the lost 12 tribes of Israel, or something like that, is a group of Caucasians, or whatever, however you want to term it, Europeans that came over there, who, by the way, are traditionally agriculturalists. They're not the only group of people, but and were very warlike and freaking attacked Abel, or whatever tribe of Abel, the person of Abel, whatever. And
sounds like some woke Taoism.
Well, if the Garden of Eden was in Africa, it would make sense if
It's not.
God was driving out some people with pale skin, the God being the sun, driving out people with pale skin, chasing them out.
The Garden of Eden isn't attached to the earth.
What? So it's a matrix?
No, it's not a matrix. It's just a place we can't reach now.
So there was no rivers of Gihon or none of that shit?
Was it brought up to
I'll tell you what, you
heaven?
can figure this out. There's a lecture by Father Seraphim Rose called The Fall of Adam and Eve. And in that lecture, he lays out the patristic take on Genesis. And it's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
That's
He's
the
a
whole
modern day
book about
saint, by the
Melchizedek
way.
is.
Well, yeah, but these Turkish folk, wasn't it like around Turkey where the ark allegedly landed? So all of a sudden you've got this storyline that's kind of explaining the origins of a group of people, right? Because we don't really have any real knowledge of where white-skinned people came from. We don't have an instruction manual that says where we came from. The Bible kind of is that. 6,000 years ago, we appear on the scene. 6,000 years ago was Adam and Eve. It's almost like a historical writing in of a history to validate so that somebody can lay claim to something politically.
Wouldn't know about that.
Because even, and it's not an argument, but even the depictions of Adam and Eve, they're always white folks that are wearing like caveman stuff.
blue eyes.
Yeah, they're wearing like caveman gear. So wouldn't the son of Africa drive some white people out?
Funny they don't mention the skin color of people either in the book, like throughout at all. Like barely, there's barely any reference to it.
Yeah, there's some vague references of people looking like an Egyptian and this and that, but yeah, not very much at all.
I'd have to agree with the freak on this one.
Jesus went over and studied over in Tibet. The Dalai Lama said so.
Lols.
That is what people say from the age of 12 to 33, that he went to the East. There's definitely a good amount of folks that say that. But yeah, it is an interesting concept. I don't know if there's any validity to it, but when you're basically saying that the earth had to be repopulated from after Noah's Ark lands in like the Turkish mountains. It almost ties into eugenics a little bit with that historical narrative.
Yeah, it's interesting how such a small group of non-diverse people created all the diversity that we see. So it's
supposedly
it's really difficult to process. Yeah.
And the whole Jacob and Esau thing, they just pop out two different color babies. It's like, that sounds like some sort of archetypal story. Like,
I don't don't know. I don't know. I think Young was probably a little out there, man. A lot of his thoughts are kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts on him. I don't know. It's like if you read that red book he wrote or whatever, the dude was out of his mind, man.
Are
Demons
orthos
going on with that guy.
so orthos aren't woke Christians? I'm just kidding.
Are there it might seem like a silly question, but are there black ortho bros?
Yeah, I mean, when you say ortho bros, it's so disrespectful to true Orthodox because we're not that, man. They attack us too. So we're the outcasts of the Orthodox world, man.
What
They
about
I know
call us
there's the
shit, man.
Ethiopians, but
how about Jay Dyer? Is he like a true ortho representation?
He's
No.
like the king of ortho bros, but
Yeah.
yeah, they call us true Orthodox Christians schismatics, man, and that's what I'm a part of.
Interesting.
So like, we're traditional Orthodox. We hold to the old calendar. We hold to the faith as it's been passed down for 2,000 years, and they don't do that. They accept the new calendarists, and their hierarchs are ecumenists, and they do joint prayers with the Roman Catholics and do communion with the Oriental Orthodox and all types of things like that.
Who's
But call
more
themselves canonical.
who's more zealous for keeping the church authority, the Catholics or the Orthos?
What do you mean? What are you
Like,
talking about?
what's the church authority and its importance is like at the top of the list or at the second or third of the list?
Well, if you go back to Saint Ignatius, right, and he's directly taught by Saint Peter. He said, "Follow the bishop as you would follow Christ," but that doesn't mean blind obedience either. So if your bishop's preaching heresy with barred head in the church, you get away from him and you go find you a true bishop.
so you
So
have to use
yeah,
your
it's a
discernment.
yes and a no question. It's yes, we should be obedient to right teaching bishops, but if it's not that, then we're obligated to break communion with them.
But that's
You have
your
in
discernment.
the Catholic Church, you have the Pope, the one, everything's, the buck stops there, right? The Orthos church structure set up the same, or are they a little bit more
Well, see,
decentralized?
there was 5 patriarchs, and the Pope was one of those patriarchs. He was over Rome, and his title was of imperial honor, so it was an honorary title. St. Peter was the first of equal, so all the metropolitans were equal in each see. So they all had the same power. Well, Rome decided that they're going to take their honorary power and up it and act as if they had more power than that. And they came up with the doctrine of papal supremacy. Well, this leads to the schism. And then in I believe the 1800s, they came up with papal infallibility. So as time grew on, they just increased the power of their position, and they forged documents on this and did all types of things to convince people that they were still this original church, but they weren't. The patriarchates have fallen into ecumenism, the modern ones, but there is true Orthodox bishops, depending on what see you're in, like that have taken that role. Like there's an Archbishop of Greece now of the true Orthodox Church. So, and we would follow him not as a pope, but a first of equal.
If go ahead, Jeffrey.
I was gonna say between let's see, Italy and Greece, are the Catholics any further west than Greece, or is it like does it stop there? Where's the demarcation line between Catholic and Orthodox? In Europe there between Italy and Greece, or how does that work?
I really don't understand your question.
All right.
If I'm
Well,
being honest with you.
you've got Roman Catholic in Rome, and you have the Greek Orthodox or whatever, and there's a lot. There's only a little bit of sea and other little countries that are in between them. So what I'm really wondering is how far east does the Catholicism go? I mean, it probably goes all the way to China, but
This
know.
isn't
Yeah,
a
it's everywhere at this point. Like it's everywhere human beings are. Like Roman Catholicism has pretty much gotten everywhere. They still see their plan as spreading the gospel across the earth. But as our saint said, that the end isn't going to come until it's spread in an Orthodox context. So people can hear about Christ all day, but if it's not in the correct context, he's not going to return.
What are the major centers of Orthodoxy at this point? Like Jerusalem, maybe, or
yeah, Jerusalem, and then there's a place in Greece called Mount Athos. And that's like the monastic capital of the world, kind of where all the monks are, But
Nice.
yeah, we got churches in Russia and Bulgaria. I think the largest population of Orthodox Christians is in Russia.
Interesting.
It's the East and the West.
What do you say about Ukraine?
Well, I think that Putin and the Patriarch Kirill, who's a KGB agent, have infiltrated and are trying to take over their country, man. And there's a whole lot of Orthodox that are backing them on it. And I think he's a continuation of Soviet power, and we're seeing the fruits of that. He's pulling a straight Stalin kind of move,
But he's Ortho, right?
No, he's not. He's World Orthodox. They're heretics, man.
Wow.
So after the Bolsheviks, they put puppet Orthodox versions.
Yeah, they put up a puppet patriarch in the spot of the true patriarch, and they jailed anybody and killed any priest that spoke out. And that's Sergianism. That's what that's called. And a catacomb church started, and those were the true Orthodox Christians, and we're still here today.
Actually makes a lot of sense. Why wouldn't they do that? They infiltrate everything else, so why wouldn't they? I see the East and West thing as the double-headed eagle. Once Constantine came to power and moved the headquarters from Rome to Constantinople, divided the empire. You had the Roman eagle transformed to a double-headed eagle to rule the East and the West.
Well, I think it meant the state and the church. That's what it meant. And it's like the proper view isn't that the church, the state controls the church. Rather, it's the church that transforms the state through a sanctification process. So it's like the individual man can be transformed by Christ, and then that's passed down through the hierarchical structure in government. If you have a true leader that's appointed by God and ordained for his position, and he leads his country according to the God of that country, right, and of the world, right? But they flipped it on its head. See, with people like Putin, they use it as their own personal little institution to do what they want. They have clergy that are KGB and stuff. So,
wow.
So, like a Christian nationalism or populism approach, as far as not necessarily a theocracy, but
that's a heresy. called Philetism or something like that. Physitism.
So the church informing the state, basically.
No, now we have the church, the state informing the church
Yeah.
and controlling the church. But in like the times of Constantine, he would go to the bishop for advice, not only on spiritual things, but on like should we go to war with this person, and is this okay with God, just as like King David would or something in the past. Like that's the view of it. But I mean, I get it. It's so harsh to our modern ears because we think that we're so free in our bottom up type political system, but it's not what we think it is, really.
Right. Well, it's marketed as a bottom-up political system, but it's really not. It's really more like a corptocracy or some shit like that.
Right. I agree with that. But even so, like we sort of have made God a constitutional monarch, where he's there when we need him or something. Like that's not how God is. And any government that's sort of built that way is heading in the direction of anarchy, whether we like it or not. It's not as like a Taoist idea. It's not going in the way, and Christ is the way. So you're going to have wars and problems and dysfunction and destruction.
I'm gonna jump down, crash out. Appreciate you
Easy.
guys.
Yeah, thank you, DeFreak. Blessings.
Yeah, peace, man.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. And it seems like there's still quite a few people watching, and I appreciate you guys for watching here, and also to the people for participating up here on the panel. The link is pinned, so you guys can participate at your own leisure. And yeah, we're definitely pretty much. I think that discussion closed out, especially with DeFreak, leaving like that. But yeah, I think yeah, thank you so much, Browns boy. Yeah, please subscribe to Mr. Anderson's channel, and yeah, we're gonna play some music here, and we'll be back with the extracts from letters to Dr. Skrbina from Dr. Kaczynski. So yeah, as you may know, we're reading through Technological Slavery, the second edition, and then we'll move to some of the readings from the first edition that are not in the second edition before we move to some other works, but yeah, we're also now starting to look at technological slavery and technological not technological slavery, but the Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. One of the it's one of 3 works that he did on the issue, right? And yeah, we're just slowly moving to the introduction. We're on about page like 13 or 14 there, and yeah, here's Unseen Warfare's channel. Blessings, man. Thank you so much, Browns boy, for that.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you guys for coming through. And yeah, blessings. And yeah, here's some music, and yeah, so we're gonna be here for another hour, and we'll see how the discussions go. Maybe some people will come and join the discussions, hour or 2 more, and then we'll play some tapes that we have here. But yeah, blessings. You know what I mean? There was an interesting discussion we had on Neurojack's channel, maybe a Wednesday or something like that. I'll play some of that. But yeah, so far, yeah, these works of Elul are a lot more dense. Obviously, Elul read lots of works in order to talk about those ideas, and of course, a lot of the works in question. I've read some works by Weiner, but obviously I've not read Ernst Junger and Toynbee and some of these others. I'm familiar with their work, but I haven't delved into it. But Elul's work is dense. It takes a long time to go over, and it's 400 pages long. So it's going to take us quite a while to get through that one as compared to some of Kaczynski's material, because Kaczynski's material is very short. It's very practical, talks about modern issues, and it's a lot more palatable for the audience. That's why we're starting out with those issues, and then moving to Elul and expanding on the topics there with Elul, right? But in terms of Elul, he does talk about more practical topics and much more familiar to mass audience, such as propaganda. So we're going to move to his work on propaganda as well. But yeah, lots of these ideas are helping us explain, as I was talking about, the machine, social techniques, technique and technology. We're defining those things and expanding their usage and forms of terminology and political techniques, and relating it to world events and what's going on. We've done this for hundreds of hours of material you guys can find here in the live stream section, and there's obviously very good introductory material and resources to the channel in the videos section there, right? Anyways, we have series, and we're developing more series. We took some time off developing those series in order to do this live stream and record material on this live stream. But yeah, it's been going pretty good, and we enjoy the correspondences we're having with dozens of people now, right, on the very same issues that we began talking about on the channel. So yeah, we greatly appreciate all you guys, and yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, this is so strange. I did upload music here for a music break, and it seemed like my studio reset. It took the fucking music away here. So I'm going to have to upload it again. And I don't remember exactly what songs I put here. So I find new ones. But yeah, thank you. I know one of them was fucking Jive Talk by Juggernauts. Let's play that one first. Yeah, I don't know why this is doing this to me
The
right
computer.
now. Wait, what was that, Mr. Anderson?
The hip hop was too dope for the computer.
Yeah, this is retarded. I actually have no idea what's doing here. It's like
Mashups.
it doesn't remember the files I uploaded. Before I hopped out of here and came back in.
You have less than 100 files, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but
Okay.
it's still not doing it though.
Yeah, the mashups power level is over 9,000. Can't handle that.
Yeah, some crazy is going on here. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out, folks. We're having technical difficulties here. Bear with us. Thank you. Let's see if it does it here. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I think what it did is it uploaded a very old version of this studio here. So I don't know why, but yeah, I noticed earlier my letters were not showing up correctly. They're showing up in big bubbles instead of the way they are now. You know, nice and square.
And the titles are showing.
Yeah, very, very strange. But anyways, yeah, we'll figure it all out, folks. This thing is totally malfunctioning. Blessings.
What you saying, kids, you what you spraying niggas mean saliva, messy slobbering. From my Timmies when you test me clobbering, these niggas easy. See, I hunger for you talking shit, you please me when you say your shit is butter. It's more excuse for the use of noise. Slaughtering, there'll be no truce, your boys will break your jaw if they your peoples. To stop the apple playing Doc Kevorkian, I lock your talks, you then commence the mercy killing. Cause your mental's dead, your verse be still intensely showing you got love for the game. Maybe if you playing tennis, cause you miss the menace, wicked, crazy hard to listen to without my finger flying to the fast forward button. Cause your feeble ass flowing, nothing new. Nothing new and cutting through be the juggernaut. If you know the deal, then you got to keep it real, far away. Secluded from my vision on the hush, and any effort towards rebuttal leads to crushing feeble niggas with the job. To the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F, to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F, to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F, to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L. Hey yo, I heard you coming out. The closet deposit your masculinity, your guts. The hair on your chest, your scrawny nuts. Nigga, run your manhood. I take your average, dropping bombs, joker. Till the family jewels with me rocking your mom's choker. You leaving niggas joke, but I never thought the KY. And when you say I got your back, you trying to hit the hate. I never knew the static could be so traumatic, so I cut them slack. And everybody singing who's the Mac and trying to be a player. Bring yourself and Roscoe, you getting crazy ass. Rippins, I guess hostile when the brother know he fly, but to be reminiscent of Jeff Goldblum, falling apart, breaking as the ruins in your soul, dooms are given. You're driven by the stress, thoughts are deep. Don't in my quoting, but the juggernauts will never fail to beat your style's corny, just a horny slob. Talk about you getting laid off, and then you best to get a fucking job, but not the job. To the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F, to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F, to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F, to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A. But then at times I can't front your style's milk. Curdling close to cottage cheese with your verbal and your boast of knowledge, please. Kid, I know your style's deaf. Cause you couldn't possibly be hearing loud and clear and mean the shit you're saying. Quit your playing cause your thought is nothing. Only around the edges you be rough, and in comparison I'm only catching L's when I'm puffing. You coming strictly raw, jogging to hooker style. Your joint's hot, and I'm betting your condition took a while after clinic visits, during which the master cynic blizzards, acid rain storming, flushing out those cockier than Jordan for the swing and miss. 0 for 4, no rapport, bringing pissed feelings to the enemy. So nigga, buy serenity. My style's dope, fiendish, paranoid, can't cope, squeamish, knowing that the juggernaut stalking, job talking. If y'all still ain't understanding me, let's get on down. In your case, on your head and knee, the feet. J to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to the F. J to the I, to the B, to the E, to the T, to the A, to the L, to
don't have any boundaries. We don't have any flags. We fucking put our fists up in the air and we fucking show the world that we've got the fucking numbers.
Yeah. Wake the fuck up. Blessings. Yeah. So where were we here? Often a bad thing cannot be fixed because its specific cause is not known. Yeah. It's an explanation for a lot of things. And you know what? Sometimes the compensatory mechanisms that are created, right, to solve the problem are worse than the problem itself. Okay, solutions worse than the problem. It's a hallmark of modern civilization, right? You know, that's because the thinking that created the problems cannot be used to solve them, obviously, right? And yeah, it says considered mental disorders. Seems almost certain that the increase is in some way outgrowth of technological progress. Okay. Um, entire lifestyle of modern man is essentially determined by his technology. No one knows specifically why the rate of mental disorders has been increasing. My personal opinion is that the high rate of depression has a great deal to do with deprivation with respect to the power process. But even if I'm right, that still leaves a great deal unanswered. And essentially, the rise of mental disorders in technological society, I think, is not. I think it's like the global warming type of nonsense. You know that it's a sign. It's simply a sign of the times. You know what I mean? You know, the global warmer advocate says, you know, technology, our present use of technology is causing an existential crisis of man, right? And the obvious response is that look, science and progress are causing the problem that you're trying to fix with technology. Don't you see the problem in the reasoning you're employing in order to solve this issue or to indicate what the problem is? Right? Because obviously the sort of thinking that caused the problem is, you know, now being used to solve it and beyond. Right? And in terms of this whole idea, you know what I mean, right? They have achieved more ways to find out, you know, what sickness looks like. You know, to a certain degree, if you observe anyone for long enough, they kind of look crazy. I mean, you know, and that's the thing is that you could observe people and try to see from a day to day why they do the things they do, and you could make up any number of reasons, and quickly you could pin that person as insane. You know, you watch anybody for long enough, they start to look insane, right? And the thing is that you know, it just seems like the nitpicking or the growth of mental disorders, a lot of it has to do with explanations of how fucked up we are, right? And a lot of times, you know, those ways are used, you know, to then pinpoint who's getting out of line. You know, so this whole idea of mental illness is just because they've discovered, quote unquote, more mental disorders, so more people are getting sick. Right? It's quite obvious how that works, right? To a certain extent, it's just that, you know, they've made up more disorders, so there's more things to pin people on. Right? You know, to a certain extent, that doesn't seem that surprising to me, right? Because if you look at the list of quote unquote mental disorders, it's grown. It's rapidly grown. So I wouldn't be surprised to think that I mean it's not that people are getting more sick, there's just more things that are called illness, and that sort of thing. And that's just one observation. I know I by no means mean that to be a, you know, some type of prescription for anything. Right? But yeah, it says here cancer, right? Mortality due to cancer has increased by a factor of 10 since the 19th century. Okay, now that is harder to make up. Now, obviously, there's lots of cancer-causing chemicals that we're using, you know, including, those used to freeze like food and stuff, right? This too is almost certainly in some way an outcome of techno-industrial lifestyle. But while some causes of cancer are known, the reason for overall massive increase of incidence of this disease is still a mystery. I mean, it's obviously linked to radiation and chemicals, right? Even if even where a problem can be solved, the solution often is offensive to human dignity. For example, because the causes of depression, mania, attention deficit disorder either are unknown or cannot be removed without excessive cost to the system, these problems are quote unquote solved by giving patients drugs. So the system makes people sick by subjecting them to conditions that are not fit for human beings to live in. Then it restores their ability to function by feeding them drugs. To me, this is a colossal insult to human dignity. Okay. And not only that, they're now moving a lot of criminal behavior, right, into wellness centers. And you know that this is going to be a huge profit for the doctors, right? Because they're now going to create mental health departments, right, to take care of all the drug addicts, right? So these people will almost be incentivized, right, for their drug abuse, right? And by being offered mental treatment for their addiction, right? And of course, the doctors are going to make a killing off of this, right? So not only are they getting addicted to the drugs that are produced by the pharmaceutical system, right, but then they're going to set up treatment centers, right, to decriminalize these drugs, right? And of course, there's going to be a massive overhaul of the mental health system, right? They're going to grow huge, right? And of course, this wellness idea of wellness checks and all of this type of stuff, you know what I mean? Mental health is hugely growing, right? So, it's going to be a huge industry. I mean, you can bet that, they're going to stop creating jails. Okay, they're going to shut down the jails and they're going to open up mental health facilities. And some people are going to be forced to go to them. Okay, weird people are going to be forced to go to them. All right, so, I could bet that this is coming up down the future as a alternative to jails, right? And we're going to look back at jails and think, man, remember the good old days when there were jails? People were dragged off to mental health facilities and, lobotomized, essentially. You know what I mean? What would you rather have? Remember, right? And the forms of punishment are getting more and more undignified, right? How many people in jail would you ask that stole something? Hey, man, how about we cut off your hand and you could go free? You don't have to sit here for like 30 years, right? A lot of them would choose, yeah, man, you know what I mean? Cut my hand off and I'll go, all right? Let me go do my thing, all right? So this idea that, the jail is seen as more humane than corporal punishment, right? Which is seen as the most cruel, right? And then mental health is seen as a replacement for the jail, rehabilitation, right? So yeah, I mean, these things can get progressively worse, as I just described. There's no need to think that, one is more humane than the other, right? Anyways, I'm just riffing here. When a problem is long standing, people may fail to realize even that there is a problem, he says. Yep. So what do we got here? Often a bad thing cannot be fixed because the cause is unknown. Even where problems can be solved, the solution often is offensive, or essentially it's worse than the problem itself. The solution. Okay, where a problem is of long standing, people may fail to realize that there is a problem, right? Because they have never known anything better. For example, when I returned for a time to the city after living for an extended period in mountains of Montana, I realized upon readjusting to urban existence that all my life until I escaped to the mountains, I had been subject to chronic stress. To be sure, it was stress at a relatively low level, a level at which people habituated to urban living are not aware. Of stress because they've always been subject to it, don't know how it would feel to be free of it. Okay, and don't know how to be free of it. Okay, it was all only through my experience, in the mountains that I learned how good it felt to escape from chronic stress altogether. My brother reported a similar reaction after spending long periods of time alone in the desert. Some problems are insoluble because of the very nature of of modern technology. For example, the transfer of power from individuals and small groups to large organizations is inevitable in a technological society for several reasons. One of which is that many essential operations in the functioning of technological system can be carried out only by large organizations. Example, if petroleum were not refined on a large scale, the production of gasoline would be so costly and laborious that the automobile would not be practical means of transportation. Your formulations, as quoted on the first page of this letter, rely on such terms as quote unquote well being. Okay. That's a key term now because they're going to start using that term big time. Wellness and well being for mental health, right? And they're going to try to do their best to make that a health thing, right, instead of a medical thing. But of course, it's the encroachment of the medical into the legal sphere, right? Right. And that's obviously because of the growth of technology, right? Of social techniques and medical and scientific means, right? Obviously, medical and scientific means are going to take over those legal means. Legal means are just social techniques, right? Whereas the purely technical means, right, which are the objective factor of power and control in our society, right, which is the health and medical aspect, right, is going to take that over, right? Which is more scientific, legal problems or medical problems, right? Medical problems will overtake legal problems, right? Okay, 100%, right? I mean, look at the encroachment of forensic science into the criminal aspect, right? I mean, I mean, more and more, there's less and less for people to really do, right? In terms of catching criminals, right? It's all done by science and medical experts, right? But yeah. And that's just one example, right? Of course, this is going to work in every area of life, right? But yeah, well-being, adversities, quote unquote, and quote unquote generally acceptable level, quote unquote, of quote unquote harm. These terms may be subjected to a variety of interpretations, and I assume that what you mean is that when conditions make people sufficiently uncomfortable, they will act to reduce their discomfort to an acceptable level. I deny that this is consistently true, but even if it were true, it would not solve the problems as I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with them. All right, right. To think that people will always do what's in their best interest, right? I mean, that is. I mean, let's just move past that at this point. Any intelligent person can see that that is not the case, right? Okay. Okay, people are involved in, all sorts of cope, right, all day long, right? And yeah, and superfluities abound. Okay, it's hard for most people to understand what they're actually doing or why they're doing it, right? Or what they want, really. I mean, for sure, right? I don't think there's a clear grasp of that for most people. I don't think most people really care to ask those types of questions, right? Okay. Okay, most people are taking their lifestyle for granted, and the more advanced the technical means are, more things there are to take for granted, right? Because they don't have to ask questions about how they procured most of the basic means of their survival, right? Anyways, yeah, blessings, Joel. Thank you. And yeah, he's gonna talk about this. One of the most dangerous features of the techno-industrial system, he says, is precisely its power to make people comfortable, or at least reduce their discomfort to a relatively acceptable level in circumstances under which they should not be comfortable. Example, circumstances that are offensive to human dignity or destructive of the life that evolved on Earth over hundreds of millions of years ago, or that may lead to disaster at some future time. Okay? Drugs, he says, can alleviate the discomfort of depression, attention deficit disorder. Propaganda can reconcile the majority to the environmental destruction, and the entertainment industry gives people forgetfulness. So they won't worry too much about nuclear weapons or about the fact that they may be replaced by computers a few decades from now. So comfort is not the main issue. On the contrary, one of our most important worries should be that people may be made comfortable with almost anything, including conditions that we would consider horrifying. Perhaps you've read Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, a vision of a society in which nearly everyone was supremely comfortable, yet Huxley intended this vision to repel the reader as being inconsistent with human dignity. What happens is that social norms and people themselves change progressively over time in response to changes in society. This occurs partly through spontaneous process of adaptation and partly through the agency of propaganda and educational techniques. In the future, biotechnology too may alter human beings. The result is that people come to accept conditions that either conditions that earlier generations would have considered inconsistent with freedom or intolerable. Okay. Offensive to human dignity. For example, failure or inability to retaliate for an injury was traditionally seen as intensely shameful. Okay. We sort of talked about this on our show that we did on revenge, right? Okay, we did a sort of light stream, okay, covering the vengeful nature of the Tao, right? Vengeful spirits of the Tao, right? Nietzsche and Robert Z, okay, on Tuesday there, right? Very, very fascinating stream. Okay, we talked about the spirit of revenge. If you guys happen to see. But yeah, to ancient Romans, he says, it was the lowest depth of shame to submit tamely to wrongs. Man, where's Joseph now, right? There's he started a whole discussion on shaming. To 17th century Spaniards, a man who had been subjected to a wrong was degraded and could redeem himself only by taking revenge. It is probably safe to assume that similar values prevailed through Western Europe at the time. And this same attitude that to be wronged is a shameful and can be wiped away only through revenge persists today in the Middle East. In the United States, well into the 19th century, duels were fought over points of quote-unquote honor. We know about the famous duel which Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton. And Andrew Jackson, before he became president, he killed a man in a duel. In Europe too, throughout the 19th century, men of fame and distinction were involved in dueling. Today, however, quote-unquote revenge is a bad word. Dueling and private retaliation not only are illegal, but by well-socialized people are seen as immoral. We are expected to submit meekly to an injury or humiliation unless a legal remedy is available through the courts, and such remedies usually are available, if at all, only to those with wealth enough to hire lawyers at a rate hundreds of dollars per hour. Of course, it's easy to see why modern society's need for social order makes it imperative to suppress dueling and private revenge. Prior to the advent of Industrial Revolution in England and America, police forces were intentionally kept weak because people saw police as a threat to their freedom. People relied for protection not primarily on police, but on themselves, their families, and their friends. Effective law enforcement came to be regarded as desirable only as a result of social changes that the Industrial Revolution brought. Today, needless to say, hardly any respectable middle-class person sees the presence of strong police forces as an infringement of his freedom. Okay. Okay. So I wonder if anybody ever considered, right, not only the growth of the mental health and wellness, okay, those types of ideas, right? There's a growth in international government due to the quote-unquote problems of quote-unquote global warming, right? And they have the ability to correspond on those quote-unquote changes, right? Because guess what? They have global communication networks, right? They have International Space Station, International Spy Station, right? So the fact is that, for the first time ever, they're creating the problems and the needs to solve those problems, right? The problems are technological and the solutions are technological, right? So it's a full loop, okay? And the And the problems they're creating are, for example, they're creating a rise in a mental health system, right? They're creating growth of police forces, right? And the growth of international communication networks, right? So the growth of spying and all of that type of stuff. Okay, mass surveillance and all those ideas that he talked about earlier, right, in the manifesto, right? So these are just some of the problems of techno-industrial society. Okay, that can't really exist without it, right? Okay, techno-industrial society is a lifeblood of these mechanisms, right? Okay, I'm not trying to persuade you to advocate the abolition of police, he says, or to approve of dueling and private revenge, he says. My point is simply that attitudes regarding what is consistent with human dignity and freedom have changed in the past. In response to the needs of the system and will continue to change in the future, and also in response to the needs of the system. Thus, even if future generations are able to quote unquote solve social problems to the extent necessary to secure what they conceive of as human dignity and freedom, their solutions may be totally incompatible with what we would want for our posterity. Okay. Okay. Blessings. Okay. When a problem persists for a long time without substantial progress towards a solution, most people just give up and become passive with respect to it. Okay, this is sometimes called learned helplessness, quote unquote, learned helplessness. Okay, this of course is one of the mechanisms that help bring people to accept what they formerly regard as intolerable indignities. For example, back in the late 50s or early 60s, Vance Packard published a book called The Hidden Persuaders, which was an expose of the manipulative techniques that advertisers use to sell products or political candidates to consumers or voters. When the book first appeared, it received a great deal of attention, and my recollection is that most common reaction among intellectuals and other thinking people was, "Isn't this scandalous? What is the world coming to when people's attitudes, voting choices, buying habits can be manipulated by a handful of skilled professional propagandists?" At that time, I was in my late teens and was naive enough to believe that as a result of Packard's book and attention it received, something would be done about manipulative advertisements. Obviously, nothing was done about it. And nowadays, if anyone published a book about manipulative advertising, by the way, you see what they're using to sell shit now? Okay, they'll literally show you like a big, fat ass or a pair of titties. You know what I mean? Big time. I mean, right? And they could almost use any type of thing they want to sell you shit now. Right? And what are they selling you? They could almost sell you an app where you buy attention from people. You know what I mean? You could look at how some of these, you're actually paying on some of these social media apps to get attention from people. All right. And nobody's hiding and nobody's actually saying that that's a problem or that, that people's popularity is based on, how much money they have. All right. But yeah,
Paying people to brainwash you in some cases.
Yeah. So that sort of thing is happening, right in the open. All right. So yeah, it's fascinating how that works. All right. But seems like nobody has a problem with it, right? All right. So and obviously, I mean, literally open prostitution, right? Pretty much. I mean,
if you've ever been in cells, you any salesperson will tell you, like, you're out there using propaganda, bro. You got to pitch. You got, it's a scheme. Like, whatever you're doing, it's not definitely for the customer.
Yeah, you're selling your personality, your penis size, your cup size of your breasts. You're selling whatever you can, right? You're selling your entire ass to corporations, right? 100%, right? Like, the more you can show, of yourself, right, the more you will sell yourself, right, to others, right? You know what I mean? Pay for your thoughts today with Mindcoin, right? All right, straight up. And yeah, I mean, it's being reproduced. People are being manufactured and produced. People's personalities are being produced. People are producing fake comedy bits on the internet and having shows about fake personalities, and they have the nerve to critique my stream here, right? So yeah, by the way, right, last night the competitor show, right? Okay, so there's a girl. Okay, let me just show you guys this. All right, this is so this is wild, right? And I'm just telling you guys what I saw, right? So this girl, Michelle Moretti, right? She was going to she showed up in Paul and Slave's chat, and she was flirting with him. Oh my god! Right? And he started talking to her, and he was talking to her privately. Oh no! And then guess what? And then guess what happened, guys? Well, she rejected him. Oh no, she didn't. Oh no, she didn't.
Wow.
And then guess what? Oh my god, he made a show about it. And he had her on the panel and he yelled at her. Oh. And this fucker, okay, what's his face? Toilet Bowl Birth had this chick on his panel from Facebook talking about what this dude does with his fucking penis. Can you believe it? Like, what does it matter what the fuck Paul and Slave, like, what girl he gets with or what the fuck he's doing in his private time? Why the fuck do you have a show about it? Right? Or about this fucking, what do you call that girl? Grace Thorpe. I can't believe these guys produce shows.
Fucking
right?
Degeneracy, man. That's what it is.
Yeah. Where the fucking, the girl is, performing simulated sex acts on her father.
Dude, come on.
This is on a show, and people are promoting family and religion under the title. Okay, so yeah, that's fascinating stuff, isn't it? Okay, so and right.
Man,
so
I was going to tell you something about this magazine. It's called New Age, and I think it came out in like the 50s or something, right? But it was like when it first came out, it would have stuff with like the Theophilus Society or whatever it's called, right? and like Freemasonry stuff. But now check this out. The magazine is completely like women's cosmetics or something, and like, you know, like any other gossip mag. You couldn't even tell the difference. But it's still the same Freemasonry, like Freemasonic magazine. So these people are fully in media and are very subliminal about it. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't even know. I don't know. I just thought of that.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Like the thing that fascinates me is the people on the lower level. Like, you know, like these people I'm talking about that are basically just doing it to themselves. You know, that's what's fascinating is like,
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
because they're probably the people that are getting influenced by what's being streamed out. You know, like this mindset of self worship, and it's really being pushed on us like an unbelievable amount. Everything that's being pounded into us is just like all about self. It's narcissism and weird forms of spirituality that aren't even really, you know, those spiritualities. Like they're mixed up. There's like a little bit of everything. Syncretism.
yeah, but shit's qualitatively bad out there, right? In terms of you know, what most people choose to focus their time and attention, time, energy, and attention. Oh my God! All right, uh, and yeah, let me see this. Of course, nothing could be. Oh wait, hold on. Am I on this
So
board?
wait, this person talks like talks smack about you.
Well, it's a little bit deeper than that. You know, you know, in terms of, you know, they chose to make some rather interesting statements that we recorded, right? So yeah,
Okay.
right, in terms of like trying to show like my family's house on the screen, right? Like try to like track me down, like stalkerish type of
Really,
behavior. Oh
really.
yeah, oh yeah. All
Oh,
right.
and
So
you're just sitting over there doing weirdo shit, like promoting some chick and religion and talking about somebody who's just like basically doing
yeah.
scholarly work, man. Like
Oh yeah.
everything
Oh
you
yeah.
do is just read
And
books,
also
bro. What's
yeah,
the issue?
and also promoting you know, in front of a giant Mary thing. And so he's sitting in front of Mary, you
Okay,
know, and doing all this shit, right? Which is
satanic.
interesting as well. Yeah, satanic, man, for sure, man. You know, actually, let me see if this is still up because I could actually just pull this up because this is a good example of because I said at the end of the show I'd take a look at this and and yeah, it might be gone now, so I don't know. Oh yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
Stuff like this is like, believe it or not, I was an atheist for a long time, you know, and most of my friends were kind of like into communism or something. So this mindset pushed me there, you know, to becoming a Christian. This type of stuff.
Yeah, let me
Yep. There it is.
yeah, blessings DK. But yeah, I don't even, you know what? I recorded so much of his recent shows. I'm not even going to pull it up right now. But but the thing is that the whole fact of it is, and maybe I'll show unseen later, right? But yeah, you know, but yeah, the thing is like, yeah, there's a lot of material. Just ask Neurojack about it because, yeah, he's definitely an aficionado on this dude's behavior. But yeah, I just think it's interesting how people promote this type of personalities and fake conflict, right? and then they admit they're doing a fake comedy bit, right? So so yeah, that's the part I have recorded. Is they're kind of talking about how they're doing a show, like they're aware that they're doing a show, right? So it's like a fake conversation, that
Right,
they're
I
having.
got you.
So yeah, so what they call it is bit non-bit,
Right. Well,
right?
do you want to know the best definition of exactly what you're saying? A freedom political party that started, and they fucked around so long they only registered 2 months before our general election, and then the person who started the party shuts down the party while taking everyone's donations and saying everyone should have known. Oh yeah, there's definitely narcissistic people out there that are only out for their own gain. Even if they don't get to where they say they want to get to, that isn't the problem. It's the fact that they're going to take everything on their way.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead, man.
No, yeah, 100%. No, I was just saying, yeah.
Yes, they don't, like most people don't realize that, once they get there, it could be good or bad. Right. It's like on their way there, everyone is donating money. Everyone's joining up to be a member of this political party. And the next minute, the political party shut down and all the money disappears. But in my country, the truth freedom movements are trying to shoot themselves in the foot, and I'm trying to stay like out of all of it. I've already said that I've already said that I hate both of them. Like, I've honestly already said I hate both of them. So I'm trying to stay out of it. But they're constantly just going at each other back and forth. And all it's doing is destroying any gain that the freedom, truth, whichever word you choose to use, freedom, truth movement, any ground that was being gained, they've just destroyed it all in the last several months. Like completely. Between basically two people.
So tell me something, Machine. Do you think, were these people like a part of, I guess, what everybody's been saying, like this truth movement or something at one time, and they just switched up and became cartoon characters, or what?
No, it's the other way around, bro. They were already controlled by someone else before they got into the position they were in.
Right.
So they were already controlled, then got put into those positions, pushed forward to those positions, so they could tell half-truths and shit and deceive the populace.
Would you agree with that, Machine?
Oh yeah. I mean, I know DK is talking about something totally different, but yeah.
No, but you know what I'm
yeah,
saying.
it applies.
I'm talking about every single person that is in a public sphere.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for
Every
sure.
single person that is making shitloads of money talking about the truth, I consider to be fake. No, I consider to be fake. If
Yeah,
they're
blessings.
making money, I consider them to be fake. Dude,
Yeah,
I'm
for
broke
sure.
as fuck and I stream 24/7.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and yeah, it says here, actually, I'm trying to figure out what exact part I'm here at, but he was talking about the book that somebody wrote, Hidden Persuaders by Vance Packard, and he was saying that it was about media techniques, social techniques that people use, manipulative advertising, and then I went on kind of a rant. I'm just gonna start reading from anywhere here.
Actually, interesting. I think I've heard the name before, but I don't think I've read the book. I think I've been
Yeah,
told about it, but I haven't
yeah,
read it.
yeah. I
When you
mean, now
finish
there's
that bit, do you should talk about some of the techniques you've seen in the YouTube space.
oh yeah, yeah, 100%. One day we will do a little show on some of that stuff, and right.
Okay.
So we
All right.
we have done shows in the past, on some of this stuff, and right, because we reacted directly to a lot of people's like little attacks and stuff back in the day when they used to come on the show, right? But yeah, we had lots of interactions with almost everybody in these YouTube spaces, the big guys and the small guys, right? And it's funny that nobody comes to our little channel here, all right? Because we've interacted with all of them, right? So yeah, so it's pretty funny, right? That none of them, by their own choice, they choose not to interact with us, even though it's open it's free interaction, all right? So
Dude,
that's what's funny.
everyone chooses not to interact with me
Yeah, exactly.
because they
Exactly.
know they are going to have a bad time.
Yeah, of course. Of course, some
Sounds like
people are,
somebody shook. Like shook don't want to get schooled.
yeah, yeah, shook, exactly. Because it's like we've showed up on all of these people's platforms. We've showed our face. Okay. So yeah, so it's hilarious, right? But yeah, here's the thing. It says the reaction of most well-informed people would be, yeah, sure, we know that it's too bad, but what can you do, right? They would then drop the unpleasant subject and talk or think about something else. They have lapsed into passive resignation. Of course,
Straight up.
nothing could be done about manipulative advertising because it could have cost the system too much to do anything about it.
Hey,
However
hey,
insulting it may.
sorry.
No, what's that, DK? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, next time that shit happens, just send them a link to any of my anything. Like send them a link to me. I'll
Yeah,
jump
blessings.
on
Yeah, of course.
anyone's channel,
Of course,
and
DK.
I
Yeah.
will I will go.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm trying
absolutely
to read through this
off.
paragraph here. Blessings. Thank you so much. You're right. But yeah, of
I was
course.
saying what you were saying at the start. I know. Then you
Oh
started
yeah.
reading. You
Yeah,
didn't
of course.
pause.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I got to read some of this. But yeah. But yeah, please try to contain your boredom, right? And right, because I'm trying to get through this paragraph here, right? Or try to pay attention. Blessings. Right? But yeah, of course, nothing could be done about manipulative advertising because it would have cost the system too much to do anything about it. However insulting it may be to human dignity, the system needs propaganda, as always happens when the needs of the system come into conflict with human dignity. The system's needs take precedence. There's a problem of the commons. It may be to everyone's advantage that everyone should take a certain course of action, yet it may be to the advantage of each particular individual to take the opposite course of action. Okay, obviously, this bystander effect type of situation, right? For example, in modern society, okay, and also I think you can expand this by saying democratic society, right? It is everyone's advantage that everyone should.
It's not even democratic anymore. It's technocratic.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah, but everyone should pay a portion of his income to support the functions of government, and that is a key distinction that DK just made. That we've been making all day here, right? That democratic is simply on the means of social techniques, whereas technocratic, it's according to the machine, right? It goes according to systems, right? And complex mechanisms, right? that are in play,
It's not,
right?
it's not even just that. Can I explain how democracy
Of course.
works for a
Yeah,
second?
go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So you all know what a bell curve is. Like smart people know what a bell curve is. It's
Yeah.
like it starts off low, goes up high, and it curves back down low. See, that is people's IQ. So the way we look at it is the stupid people at one end are like almost 0%. The midwits are the majority, and the smart people at the top are also ignored. So democracy only rewards the midwits. It does not actually let the smart people have a say. Democracy is bullshit.
Yeah. That's one that's one way of looking at it for sure. Blessings. It says here, for example, in modern societies, everyone's advantage that everyone should pay a portion of his income to support the functions of government, but it's to the advantage of each particular individual to keep all of his income for himself. Similarly, I know people who think the the technological society is horrible, that the automobile is a curse, and that we would all be better if no one used modern technology, yet they drive cars themselves and they use all the technological conveniences. And why shouldn't they? If individual X refuses to drive a car, the technological system will go on as before. X's refusal to drive a car will accomplish nothing and will cost him a great deal of inconvenience. For the same reason, X, in most cases, will not participate in an effort to form a movement designed to remedy some of the problem of technological society, because his participation would cost him time and energy. And there is most minimal chance that his own personal effort would make a difference between success and failure for the movement. People take action on social problems, even the most important ones, only under special circumstances. Most people, most of the time, are not particularly foresighted and take little account of social dangers that lie decades in the future. As a result, preventive measures commonly are postponed until it's too late. I'm gonna skip this example. I'm getting tired of the fucking greenhouse shit. But yeah, the problem of the disposal of nuclear waste was obvious. As soon as the first nuclear power plants were set up decades ago, no one knew of a safe way to dispose of waste. But it was simply assumed that a solution to the problem would eventually be found and that the development of nuclear power generation was pushed ahead. Worse still, nuclear power generation was intentionally introduced to third world countries under the Atoms for Peace program.
Can I say something else that's really messed up and most people don't know about?
Yeah. Give me a second and then we'll get into that. Yeah, give me 1 second. Yep. Yeah, the Atoms for Peace program. Any apparent consideration of the obvious question whether their often irresponsible little governments would dispose of waste safely, or whether they would use their nuclear capability for development of weapons. Today in this country, nuclear wastes are still piling up. There's every reason to think they will keep piling up indefinitely. And there's still no generally acceptable solutions to the problem of disposing these wastes, which will remain dangerous for many thousands of years. It is claimed that the disposal site in Yucca, Montana, and Nevada is safe, but this is widely disputed. Experience has shown again and again that technological solutions accepting only the most minor innovations need to be tested before they can be relied upon. Usually they work only after they have been corrected through trial and error. The Nevada disposal site is an experiment, the result of which won't be known for thousands of years, when it will be too late, simply on the basis of demonstrated of the unreliability of untested technological solutions. I would guess it's most likely that the disposal site will prove a failure. Of course, most people would rather stick future generations with the difficult and perhaps insoluble problems of dealing with our nuclear waste than accept any substantial reduction in the availability of electricity now. Okay. That's
Can I say something now?
yeah, of course. I'm done reading now for the day. And thank you guys for joining.
Excellent.
Blessings.
Yeah, I tried to hold my tongue and let
Yeah,
you
of course.
finish. Right. See, fluoride is the same thing. See, the fluoride they put in your water isn't medical grade fluoride. It's fluorosilicylic acid.
Right.
Hydrosilicylic yeah, it's like hydrosilicylic and fluoro are in the first part. Sorry if I'm not getting that right. And then the last word is acid. And it's basically a thing that is produced from making aluminium. And it is illegal to dispose of it in oceans, lakes, rivers, any other waterway. And yet, this is the shit they've managed to sell to every council on Western nations and put this poison in our water. But if you're still drinking tap water, you are poisoning yourself, or more correctly, you are allowing them to poison you. This shit is so bad that when there was a chemical spill, like a truck fell over, it burns concrete. This is what they are putting in your water to say, oh, we're making your water nice.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's well beyond what people actually know.
Well, I mean, people have been sold that it's kind of just for your teeth, so you know it's good for you or whatever.
No, it's not. Fluoride doesn't help your teeth. It's bullshit.
But you know, they say that, you know.
No, it's a lie. Why would you believe anything that you've been told at this point? Do you want to know how to make your own toothpaste? Baking soda, salt, water. And mint if you want to make your breath smell nice. Nice. Yeah, baking soda, salt, and water. There's your toothpaste. You don't actually need fluoride. It's all a lie. They've been lying to all of us for decades. Not for 5 minutes. It didn't just start happening. For decades. This is why we all believe the lies. Because here's the thing most people don't realize. When you were a child, you were listening to radio, reading books, watching TV and shit. They were brainwashing you before you even went to school. And then they spent another 12 years brainwashing you at school. So what we're trying to do is break, like, basically a lifetime's worth of indoctrination and lies. And this is why it is so difficult. because it's trying to break through what everyone has already ingrained in themselves, and we're trying to get through that. That's why it is so difficult, because it's not, oh, I just heard something the other day, and it's like, oh no, I just heard this, you're wrong about that. Like, oh, okay. But no, there's a whole lifetime's worth of indoctrination. Not just a video they saw yesterday. This is the whole entire indoctrination en masse of all the Western nations. Like, do you think any other nation gets sent the stuff we got sent? No.
What
The
are
shit
you?
we
What are
saw
you,
on
DK?
TV didn't go to China. It didn't go to Russia. It's only the Western nations, the nations that the USA controls, that sort of stuff constantly went out to.
He's a New Zealander.
Yeah.
What do you believe in?
I'm one of the Five Eyes countries, yes. Yeah.
What
they
do
did
you
this to me
believe
as
in?
well. You know, they did this to me as well. I'm not saying I'm outside it. I'm saying
No. I
yeah,
wasn't saying that. I'm trying to ask you where you're from. I mean, where are you religious or something? No.
I have my own beliefs. I believe in God. My beliefs are unique. I do not believe in any organized religion.
It's unfortunate.
No, what's unfortunate is anyone who actually believes in an organized religion. Because that means you're being controlled by someone else who tells you how to think and act in any given situation.
Mm. Well, I mean, did you watch the beginning of the show today? I mean,
No, sorry, I was doing my own radio show earlier, so I did miss the start. Yeah.
Well, he kind of talked about a concept in Lao Tzu of returning to primal simplicity, right? Or returning to orthodoxy. That's how, and now that could be like a little O, you know. I'm not trying to say Orthodox Christianity, but
Dude, I
I
kind of
take it
believe
as big
that
O personally.
like you would call most of my beliefs pagan. So
Well,
let's just say it simply, but they're not. But
well, see,
some of them are, but some of them are. My beliefs I came to myself when I was 19.
Yeah.
And I didn't even find out till later. They're actually bits and pieces from every different religion. Yeah, I took a trip, got fucked up, got shown the universe and everything, and there's my religion. Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't you think like you could be wrong though? Maybe like you might be influenced by something that's off.
No. All I think is everyone else is wrong, and I can generally prove it. No, I can generally prove it, but I don't like doing religious arguments because it only
I think you should go back, man.
constant
I think you should
argument.
go back as far as you can.
It ends up in a constant argument, and you're never going to change anyone's belief in a single conversation. So that's why I don't like religious arguments.
Well, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just telling you to go backwards.
No, you're not telling. Look, dude, I don't need to go backwards. I've had my beliefs since I'm 19 and I'm 46.
Yeah, but go farther. Go like 2,000
No,
years.
dude. I don't give a fuck about whatever book you read. Dude, you have your beliefs. I'm fine with that as long as they don't infringe upon mine.
Well, they are. It turns out my beliefs are infringing on yours.
No, this is how it works. I don't give a fuck about anyone else having different beliefs to me, as long as they never infringe upon mine.
I'm infringing mine on you right now. Go back 2,000 years, right now.
And what? Cry more?
No, not cry, man. Just find it. Go back there and find it, man. You missed something.
Sorry, I forgot where I was.
Yeah, we can't say
Sorry, I
yeah.
forgot where I was. This is YouTube. My bad. I'm used to talking on Telegram voice chats. where everyone just
Sleepy
keeps
trombone.
talking about- I'm sorry. I apologize for that statement. Shit. But yeah, I'm actually used to talking on Telegram channels where there is basically no censorship. And yeah, I do talk about this every so often. I just don't like it. No
Man, you're
one
so
wins.
drunk right now. You're gone, brother.
Bro, you're just going to say that so that you can try and disregard everything that I say. See, this
Absolutely,
is the argument. No, this is the argument everyone uses against me.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's what
goes,
I'm
"Oh,
using.
you're drinking, you're drunk." What? And what have I said that was wrong? See, nothing I've said is wrong, but you're trying
That
to
you had a
use
mushroom
ad
trip
hominem
and got a
attacks.
religion out of it.
No,
That's
you're
wrong,
trying to
man.
use ad hominem attacks to try and
I
say,
could use a
because I'm
drink right
drunk,
now.
you don't need to listen to me. Nothing I've said is wrong. You just don't like what I'm fucking saying.
Why did you do mushrooms and create a religion?
I didn't create a religion. It's
Yes, you
my
did.
own belief that I've lived by. Because it was such an extreme experience and yeah.
You're a
Showed me everything. Like,
fluoride
sweet, that's it.
or something.
No, and I'm like, sweet, that's it. Hey, do you think it happened in 5 minutes? A mushroom trip doesn't like last 5 minutes.
Well,
That's
what'd you learn?
hours and hours
Can
and
I join your
hours.
religion?
I don't have a religion.
Well, what is it then?
I don't have a religion. I believe in God, and I believe that there's actually quite a few things. Here's one that'll annoy most people. Right. According to Christianity, Lucifer was given dominion over Earth.
Here we go.
Correct? Yeah. So Earth is hell. So your job is to get the fuck out of Earth. So stop being a fucking piece of shit. Try and get the fuck out of here. This is how reincarnation happens. Because if Earth is hell and you fuck up, you have to do this shit again.
It sounds similar. I've heard this before.
I've said it before.
Well, I'm talking about for somebody else too. You know, I feel like you're like Freemasoning
No,
it.
I've said this since I was 19. Dude, I'm 46. I've said this since I was 19. Don't try and say anyone else. Oh, actually, maybe someone did. I don't know. Maybe someone did say it before, like, 2000. Let's see.
Is Cecil dead? He's like knocked out or something.
I was 19 in about 1999.
Yeah,
might have been
he's out.
19. Yeah, no, I was.
Slumped.
Because everyone bails when they get confronted with truths they can't actually debate against.
You're really a prophet, man. That's unbelievable. Whatever you just said, that was really profound.
Actually,
I'm not a prophet. I'm just here to fight for everyone. Like, that's simple. I don't consider myself a prophet. I'm here to fight for everyone.
All right. So, being honest, so you were reincarnated, right? You think so? What were you before?
Obviously, a cunt.
Yeah.
Like, serious. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be back here. Or, and this I'm not sure of, or this could be my first time here, and I'm here just to fucking try and wake all of you motherfuckers up. Yeah,
What if it's
see,
your
that's
only
the
time
reason.
here, though,
I
man?
don't
Why
know.
can't it be?
I don't know which one it is.
Why
It's
can't
either
it
I
be just
was a
like
dick.
it's the
Yeah,
only
either I
time?
was a dick and I got sent back, or this is my first time and I'm sent here to tell you.
Chances are it's the former.
Yeah, I know. Which is why I know that the
Are you still an
reincarnation
Episcopalian,
happens and
Remington?
everything. Yes.
But actually, I think I'm more in agreement with DK on this.
What do you mean? You got reincarnated or something? Is that what you're saying?
Probably.
Yeah. And if
You
you've
dudes are
been
crazy.
reincarnated, it means you fucked up last time and you came back to Earth, which the devil has dominion over.
So now the devil's in your story too. So it's reincarnation.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
devil, Lucifer, whichever word you
But
want.
God
to
isn't.
say
God's
you
not
want to
in it
lose.
though. Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, whichever name you want to lose. If he was given dominion over Earth and you keep coming back here, it means you keep fucking up. Everyone is like, yeah, my past lives, I can see 100 past lives. That means you fucked up 100 times.
I don't necessarily agree with that part, but
yes, you do.
I know I do. It means you fucked up 100 times.
You got to be consistent now, Remington. You said you agreed with him.
They could have fought in a war
I said
and
that
killed
I'm
people.
close to his beliefs.
I-
I didn't say I agree with him and everything.
Yeah, I know. It's all right. Yeah, but see, that means they could have fought in a war or something and killed people. Killing people for someone else is against natural law and against anything. It's like you're only allowed to kill in self-defense or defense of someone else. So if you actually fought in an army, fought in a war, you're probably destined to come back and do this shit again. Oh yeah, I'm like, yeah, my actual beliefs are quite intense. I should actually write the fucking things out, but I don't want to create a religion.
Reality is intense.
Dude, reality is boring as fuck. The only stress I have in reality is financial. I don't actually have any other issue in my whole fucking life other than dollars. Yeah, these motherfucking Jew cunts that hold the shekels are
Unreal.
keeping me down. That's my only issue. I
Cancel.
actually don't have any
You're
other
toast.
issues.
Show's over. You're done, man.
I'm never done, bro. You just got nothing to say and don't like what I'm
Hey,
saying.
do you drink malt liquor? The chat wants to know.
No, I just drink beer. No, I just drink beer.
There you go.
Yeah, just beer. Nothing else. I gave up spirits like fucking 15 years ago because holy shit, you wouldn't have even been able to talk to me back then. But I do need to stop this shit. Like, I really do. And I'm having a very tough time of it. Yes. Honesty fucking thing right now. Yeah, no, I really do actually need to either stop or cut it down because...
You know what could help with that?
Shooting myself in the head.
Christ. Yeah.
Fuck off.
I knew you'd say that, you know?
Hey, see, I don't give a fuck about organized religions. See, Christ. But
Well,
your book
what if
was
he
written
had
by
an
Jews.
unorganized
Hey, dude,
religion? He
your
wouldn't be
book was
God, would he?
written by Jews, which is why Jews are the chosen people, and you suck Jew dick.
Hey, man, would you rather an
Fucking
unorganized religion like your own?
Judeo-Christian bullshit. Go fuck yourself. Oh, by the way, in case people didn't know, the Jews also wrote the Torah.
Yeah. So what?
Sorry, TLM. Yep, the Jews wrote that shit too. Oh yeah, they wrote the books for every major religion. And in all of them, they're the chosen people. Funny
Yeah,
how that
peace
works.
to peace to Mr. Anderson. He actually started an entire discussion about that earlier as well. So yeah, we went over that for sure. But yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed that.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm
Yeah,
rehashing
we had a
shit.
whole thing about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm rehashing shit you already did.
Had a whole thing about that.
Yeah, and that wasn't the first time either. Right. You know, we've been through that several times on here. Right. But yeah.
It always goes there, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, really. Yeah. So you know, and actually we've had all types of people talking about it too, right? And yeah, so we've had tons of different types of people come up here, and you'd be surprised the variety of beliefs that actually types of discussions that we've hashed out, right? We've had Christians, Muslims, occultists, Satanists, right? You know, Torah believing Jews, Kabbalistic Jews, you know, all types of Christians, different denominations of Christians, different
Shout out
denominations.
to Benjamin.
Yeah, different denominations of Muslims, right? You know, and all types of different ideas and discussions, you know, here. So,
You
in
know
terms
anything
of
about
religion,
Hesychism?
Well, that's what I mean. As I try not to run down anyone else's belief, I just try to expose what they are in the first place. I'm not trying to say anyone's an idiot for believing anything. I'm just trying to say this is what it actually is. And it has
Machine.
been for a long time, since the start.
Do you know anything about Hesychism?
yeah, I'm not really familiar that much with.
Hesychism? No, enlighten us.
What is that, DK?
I said hesychism. No, I don't. Enlighten us.
Oh, enlighten us. Yeah, he said enlighten us. Yeah, go ahead. Unseen.
No, I'm good. I was just wondering if you ever heard of it.
Oh, so you don't actually know anything. You just said a word.
No, I know about it. I mean, are you kidding?
Well, then
laziness.
educate us because we don't. Don't just say a
It
word.
says here, hesychasm is a monastic practice of stillness and prayer in Eastern Christian traditions based on Jesus' prayer and psychosomatic techniques. Wow.
Oh snap!
Psychosomatic.
Yeah. I got a prayer rope from this 90-year-old monk named Father Barsanuphius I use to do hesychistic prayers on. And I find it works. It does.
Yeah. I find that my direct connection to God works better than having to go to a church, listen to a sermon, and then think I'm connecting with God.
Well, I'm sure with that attitude, it isn't going to work, man.
How do you have a direct connection with God?
If you don't have a connection with God outside of actually going to a church, you are the one with the problem.
Wow, if the church isn't your mother, God isn't your father.
That's actually 100% correct. If you need to go to a church to have a connection with God, you are the one in the wrong.
But yeah,
Why would he start one?
one thing I heard about this idea is, interestingly enough, that there's Muslim and Christian saints that literally will spend their waking life, I guess, in prayer, right? So the way they do
Unceasing
this,
prayer.
yeah, unceasing prayer, exactly. So so that is one of the aspects of this idea that I am familiar with. And I do think that that's very interesting that one could do that, and very psychosomatic idea. But really what it gets to is this idea of constant awareness. You know, that if somebody could have constant awareness in this way, it would be very powerful, because just trying to pay attention to your thoughts all the time is very, very difficult. So imagine somebody who is able to achieve something like this, right? It's a powerful quality.
It
You know, for sure.
divides the thoughts. So
Yeah.
what ends
Yeah,
up
yeah,
happening is,
definitely. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, but go ahead.
so there's three types of thoughts, right? A monk told me this. He said there's the ones from God, the
Back
ones
in a
from the
sec.
devil, and then the ones from our carnal thoughts, right? So as you're doing the prayer, you're it's not emptying your mind like a meditation. It's filling your mind with the prayer, you know? And it's almost as if you can tell which thoughts are coming from something not of God, and you could tell which thoughts are coming from God, if that makes any sense. So it divides the thoughts in a way. Um, it's interesting. And then you'll notice in other people as well, like where their thoughts may be coming from. And it's not like telepathy, but it can lead to clairvoyance. Like there's monks that get pretty clairvoyant from this type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising, um, you know, what we're really capable of. You know what I mean? I've done stuff, you know, definitely, you know, gone into nature for extended periods of time, quietude, meditation, prayer, and all that type of stuff. And yeah, it's like the quality of your thoughts changes to where it's like you're hitting like 10 out of 10 on every single, you know, like inner debate or debacle, or you want to make a plan for the day, and it's like things just smooth out, right? It's like your thoughts smooth out. So yeah, you know what I mean. There is a weird sort of coming into balance, or coming into the, you know, correct aura, or whatever it might
It's like
be. But
stillness. Like
yeah,
uh,
people have accomplished this. I've definitely felt some inkling of it. Now, was that my own mind producing you know, a reaction to, you know, performing the, or come into tune, or maybe tricking yourself, or something like that? You know, I highly doubt it. The number of people I've you know, seen, or, you know, come into this idea, or, you know, people that just started praying for a while and they drastically changed their behavior, you know, and then you know, excuse me. But yeah, there's definitely something to these things.
so on Mount Athos, right? So it's like they say it's like the holiest place on earth. You should check out pictures of it sometime. But there's supposedly 12 invisible monks that live on the mountain. Okay, and these invisible monks, like they'll like one showed himself to a pilgrim, like he appeared, and he was like in this little like cubby space in the land kind of thing, and he literally lit up with holy fire, man, like completely covered in fire. And they say like when one dies, the Theotokos literally picks out another monk to take his place. And if it's like supposedly the only reason the world has is staying in place as these 12 monks or something. Like they're keeping the world intact in a way.
Are you talking about the Dalai Lama, who is one of the world's largest child traffickers?
No, I'm talking about the 12 invisible monks of Mount Athos.
Okay. So nothing in modern times.
Yeah, and you're talking about what's mentioned there in Book of Revelations, right?
What do you mean?
Like the seven churches. No, that
No,
can't be it.
no. There's like 12 or 24.
24 elders sitting on
24
a
elders.
judging the nation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it had something to do with that. Maybe
interested
it's kind of
in
similar
what's
to that.
happening
Like
now than the past.
this
Yeah,
isn't.
Knowing
This is
about
happening
what
now.
happened knowing
It's
what
happening
happened
now.
in the past.
Yeah, but I think it's
is
interesting that
important.
there's 12 of these guys and there's 24 of the other guys, right? So I thought they were somehow
and
related. to it.
every American politician can all be traced back to one blood relative. Like, what the fuck are you on about? See, what matters now is the present.
Hey, listen, Fluoride, you better
What are
chill
we
out, man.
doing now? No. What are we doing now? Because we can constantly just speculate about the past.
It's not the
That's
past, though.
real simple. It's real simple to speculate about the past. Did you know that the whole world used to be basically a giant computer chip? And that was how it generated its own free energy using the ether. And at some point, something shorted the fuck out. And that's what fried everything on the planet.
You keep saying it's the past, but it's present.
No, that one was the past. It's going to happen again. But it's not going to actually fry everyone on the planet.
Like a Carrington event?
No, because the buildings themselves used to be the conductors of the energy back then. So it fried all the buildings. So now
don't be talking about melted bricks, bro.
Now when they do it, it's only going to the people. It's only going to be the people who are like, I have no internet. It isn't going to be everything frying and getting fucked like it did. This is completely different. And this was before the fucking biblical flood. Oh yeah, shit got fried before that. If your only objective references a book that was written by Jews, then maybe you should look more.
No, I think you're looking only in yourself, man.
Instead of
you're missing the picture.
And it's all right. It's all right. And to be honest, I didn't actually know till like the last time I was on a chat with you, man, that you were even Muslim. I actually didn't even know. Same thing. What are the three main religions on this planet? Christianity, Judaism, and Muslim. Religion's the biggest means of
and
control.
atheism is a religion in itself.
Religion is the biggest means of control on the planet. They are the three largest organized religions. If you're actually still following any of those religions, you are being led down that garden path.
I think everybody that's being led outside of a tradition is being led to the gates of hell. That's what I think.
Right. My traditions are fucking pagan, bro. I'm Celtic as fuck. My traditions are pagan.
Yeah.
See how that works? It's quite easy to say that someone's new religion is just as shit as someone's old religion. Funny how that works, but people don't like it being said.
Well, I think what it is you don't want to face up to yours or something. It's like something weird like
I
that.
know, I do want to face up to myself. As I said, I believe in God. I believe in morality. I believe in natural law. And I'm going to fucking Valhalla when I die. Because I'm going to fucking fight for you and I'm going to die fighting. The fuck are you going to do for anyone else? Talk words on a screen? That's right. Most people don't have the balls to actually stand up for what they say. All you're trying to do is run me down when you actually have nothing but words. I'll fucking stand up. I've already gone out and single-handedly shut down jab clinics. I have a video of me doing that. It's still on YouTube, funnily enough. I don't know how, but it's still there. Under like the DB123 name that is in chat, click on that name and go look at it. It's a 6-minute video. It took me less than 6 minutes to single-handedly shut down a jab clinic. I did fuck up though. I kept saying I was on private property, but I was on public property. I said it like 3-4 times. That's the only thing I fucked up. But yeah, I keep saying I'm on private property. I'm on private property. But no, I'm actually on public property. And I'm standing there abusing the fuck out of them. It's not my fault that I can see you from the fucking footpath. Fuck you, eh? But I do say private property. That is what I do fuck up. But yeah, man, still made them all walk into the fucking caravan, pack up their shit. Made them actually put masks on because they weren't wearing masks. And at that stage, healthcare workers were supposed to be wearing masks. So I've got a video of healthcare workers not wearing masks. They all fucking take off inside. Dude, I shut that fucking shit down, bro. Anyone who thinks that I don't fucking do what I say in real life, don't know me. That I'm not just a voice online. I do this in real life and then come and tell everyone online. Should I go find the video for you? Like, it is only like 6 minutes long. It is me abusing the shit out of people for 6 minutes. Like, it's not good, but it works. But it is me abusing the shit out of people for 6 minutes.
It's later than you think. Hasten, therefore do the will of God.
It is much later than you think. That's why I do shit instead of sitting back and waiting for someone else to do it. I honestly saw it, saw the van, came home, messaged people on Telegram, like, and I messaged people and was like, There's like, this is the year I'm gonna go down. Is anyone keen? And I drank a beer. No one responded. And like, fuck it. I'm going myself then. Hey. Throw some fucking balls. Easy to talk shit online. Harder to fucking stand up in real life. I am not some pussy ass motherfucker who drops balls over anything. I will stand up to anything that I agree with. I've also had a news article written about me because there was a woman and girls only swim day. And there was a big fucking page article in a newspaper, which I don't get, but someone told me about it. And it said, train beast. Yeah, well, I got drunk and started typing on about 5 different channels that I was gonna turn up and antagonize them till they push me or hit me or something, and then I was gonna kick them in the balls and knock them the fuck out. I got a whole article written about that the next day. Hey, I don't go soft. That ain't pussy the fuck out. Time for the rest of everyone else to man the fuck up. Instead of running down the people who do. Be a fucking man and shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Blessings. Thank you guys for being here, joining us here on the Machine Lies tonight. You know, we did some things. You know, any of you guys want some closing statements? I know Cecil's knocked out. I know Reddington, not really one for closers. You know.
All I'm gonna say, is much love, no fear.
Blessings.
Yeah, much love, no fear, my brother. Thank you for letting me on here.
Of course, dude. Anytime. I mean, come back anytime, DK. I mean,
love you, my brother.
Yeah, of course, I love you too. Yeah, treat this place as if it's your home. All you guys, I mean, right? We're gonna continue on Tuesday night. You know, please join me again Tuesday night. I mean, blessings. I mean, I really appreciated this time with you guys. You know, we got to talk about a few things. Taoism, especially. We're going to give a very lengthy explanation of those things again on Tuesday. I'll try to cook up some interesting ideas for the Tuesday stream. Blessings, guys. I mean, but yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here with me. I'm going to throw you guys in the back here. Man, thank you so much, DK. And
love you, brother. Love you, brother.
Yeah, thank you, friend. I love you too, man. I mean, blessings. I mean, yeah, peace, Red. I mean, and Cecil. You know, you have a blessed night, brother. But yeah, you know what I mean. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And thank you so much to the brother Unseen Warfare for sticking it out with us as well. I mean, yeah, Ricardo, good to know, my friend. And definitely you'll be enjoying some of our discussions here. We're giving lengthy explanations of Taoism. You know, and the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, to realize those limitations on your freedom, right? and those things that are truly beyond your control. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. And yeah, we're going to talk more about techniques as well. This idea of the definition of technique we're honing in on, right? We've given hours of explanation of what we feel technique, which is this nub of, technology in the machine, right? As we define technology, right? And as we first summarily described it, right, as techne logos, right, application of skill, right? Okay. And knowledge, right? So this idea of in framing, we gave 3 specific definitions here. Thank you guys so much. And, we've given lots of ideas here. The views of the panelists are not necessarily the views of the machine lies, right? And we don't give medical, legal, or revolutionary advice in terms of, what to do. But, we do ask you to question everything, especially ourselves, right? Go ahead and question everything I say, right? And think for yourself, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself, right? Okay. Don't ask why if you know what's wrong. Start a well-intentioned fight and see the lies fly out in defense. We're here to talk about the process of creativity and mediation itself, right? Now, we define it as many different ways, creating processes external to ourselves and framing of goals, right? Okay. And the complexification of means to a specified end, right? And we could look at creating processes external to ourselves, right? As in a sense, seeing with our hands and doing with our eyes, right? This process of watching and learning, right? Which is basic to empiricism, utilitarianism, and technique itself, right? And the ideas are about condensing our thoughts into pure technique, right? That's the way the system is progressing, right? It's going to translate human beings into mechanized processes, right? And means, right? In this technological system. So, wherever you overproduce means, you underproduce human centered values, right? And, wherever you over engineer the system, you underproduce the value of humans within that system, right? And complexity imbues assimilation, right? And we've seen how the machine operates, right? Okay, it's totally swallowed up social techniques, right? Okay, it's guiding the political, economic, and cultural landscape, right? So we have to, become aware of certain things. But yeah, we're holding lots of discussions here on different ideas that we present. Free range discussions, as you've seen. So if you're willing and able to participate, your participation is greatly sought after, right? Anyways, and I will drop a link to the Discord. Please join us there. If you want to engage in private conversations with me, you can go ahead and do it there, right? There's also ability to reach out through email, right? To get any of my writings or questions about any of the things that I've covered here. So thank you so much, guys, for being here with me. I'm going to go ahead and unpin this link here, and go ahead and start the ending of our show, which consists of clips that we recorded, from our lesser known shows, right? That you guys may not have known about, and some music here. Blessings, Thank you guys so much for joining us. Blessings.
However, though cold, lean, dusty, even dreary, the man was somehow very likable. At friendly meetings, and when the wine was to his taste, something eminently human beaconed from his eye. However, though cold, lean, dusty, even dreary, the man was somehow very likable. At friendly meetings, and when the wine was to his taste, something eminently human beaconed from his eye. He was austere with himself, but he had an approved tolerance of others.
To the goodness, graciousness of Almighty God, faced with temptations, lies, emphasize wars, weapons of destruction, mayhem, slaughter of the people, Satan, worldly ways, godly ways, holidays, sorrow. No one is guaranteed tomorrow. Yesterday was borrowed. Picture perfect sunsets, oceanfront, toxic waste dump, smog, clogged arteries, lotteries, rechargeable batteries, flattery, vanity, stars, jet propel cars, in behind bars, murder, justice, destruction, consequence setups, politics, revenge, evidence, identity, versatility, natural ability, agility and chemistry, fear, friendship, enemies and energy, heat, humidities, crimes against humanities, charities, harmonies, melodies and galaxies, trinities, remedies and memories are fallacies. I think I know too much. You don't know shit. I think I know too much. You don't know shit. Born into the purest perfection of love of Almighty God, faced with the sword of the truth like a lightning rod. City, states, countries and all abroad, spacecraft all aboard, convoy all destroyed, books, TV, radio and telephone, records, phonographs, speakers and microphones, dance, culture, expression, unity, neighborhood community, youth and the elderly, parties, battles, skills and graffiti art, determination, reputation strong and the wicked heart, gods, gangsters, griots and gigolos, kings, queens, bitches and silly hoes, money, cars, clothes and diamond rings, houses, horses, stocks, the finer things, food, family, future, a purpose, knowledge, wisdom, understanding this circus, time, travel, audio and visual, creative, adaptive, lonely and the miserable, one nation under a roof, indivisible, mind, soul, spirit and the physical. I think I know too much. You don't know shit. I think I know too much. You don't know shit.
Yeah, man. Just left town, man. I'm here. Yeah. Had to get out of town, baby. Where you stand now? Maybe you can pick me up on the ground bus station. Or I can take a plane. Taxi cab, I'll be right over. Just give me a few seconds, I'll tell you what went down.
I stayed in New York, depressed, walking mad through the block, watching brothers go down, my project friends smoking rock. My group divided, and everything was undecided. I was drinking, thinking, damn man, my boat is sinking. Everybody's whack and new groups coming back. They on Arsenio, booty though on video. What's this clown rhyme that's paid for on prime time? Everybody's mean, they hard, they killing mothers, shooting bang bang, faking man, killing brothers. I had to turn off the radio from all the war Disney. Mickey Mouse and friends all talking pop and lippy. Girls excited for what and over infatuated. People got their brains washed and folks got manipulated. They start believing Donald Duck made the earth. The industry was cursed since the dinosaurs' birth. The industry was cursed since the dinosaurs' birth. It's over now, no problems in this world. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, my mama's in a twirl. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, no problems in this world. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, my mind was caught up in the twirl. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. Flying nighttime, eating peanuts on the plane with no money control. My stress bills on my brain. My ticket's one way, I'm out the Southern Cali way. I left behind some people that wasn't even equal. I thought back with chicks and freaks in 86 when Marley was in control. The funky magic mix. I had the limousine on hold with a real chauffeur. Ripped the skeet up with Ultra and I felt like Oprah. Girls in flocks and fans in lines for blocks. I didn't even hear a peep of you rapping, mister. I was your idol and probably boned your older sister. Now you bad and signed stupid with a record deal. Your image is what you're perpetrating, shooting still. Holding guns on album covers just to make funds. You the man, quick, fast, paid out the anal ass. You can see I'm back and clear on stereo with my own style, my intimate material.
Yeah, your style changed every year. Think about what you did. Used to dance, used to wear suits. Then you came back to wearing hip-hop clothes. You went back to wearing suits.
It's over now, no problems in this world. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, my mind was caught up in a twirl. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. No accountant, my lawyer keeping checks on the low. Money expenses for trips I didn't know. Agencies finding shows I couldn't get myself. Writing rhymes at night in the house by myself. I opened mailboxes, all I seen was more bills. Getting cold chicken, walking down Bronx Hills. Asking mom for 50 cents just to pay my rent. I had the will to ill, my mind was out to kill. I called them Kurt, got evicted, signed with Capital. Money's flowing, now wild suckers out blowing up. They my pubic hair and pupils still growing up. Sucking mean wise and jism as it hits the rhythm. They want that new style, no money, it's called freestyle. Taping off the radio, smoking from a crack vial. They on my tip now, as always, as usual.
You forgot me, but I didn't forget you.
It's over now, no problems in this world. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, my mind was caught up in a twirl. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, no problems in this world. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. It's over now, my mind was caught up in a twirl. It's over now, I'm home chilling with my girl. Yeah.
Another 7-hour lecture, so if you're up for it. Anyways, long story short, if you claim to be an apostle, you have to prove it, and this is why this debate.
So they have to prove.
Yep.
Well, okay. So if you want to look at the proof, you go and read the epistles of Saint Ignatius and the epistles of Saint Polycarp. Go read those.
Okay.
You'll see the proof.
Does your current funny hat guy, is he authentic laying on hands apostle?
Well, I mean, are your like Protestant concerts where you eat crackers and drink grape juice valid or something? I mean, what kind
The
of question
body
is
and
that?
blood of Christ, definitely.
So
that
you
wasn't
eat
my
crackers
question.
and drink grape juice and think that's
My
communion?
question was to you. Does your laying on hands apostle, can he prove that claim that he is
The
an
laying on
apostle?
hands is called chrismation. It's not just like touching somebody's head or something like you guys do.
What do we do, by the way? Since you know
I don't.
our-
I have
what
no
our-
clue. There's so many of you. There's like 40,000 sects.
Well, no, there's just one Church of Christ. There's a lot of people that argue with us and branch
So
away from
Luther
us.
had it wrong, right? Luther had it wrong. You just took
He
one
had
of
it
his
less.
doctrines or something.
He had it less wrong than the Catholics.
Well, I won't deny that.
Which, by the way, include Orthodox. By the way, just
Oh
FYI.
no, it
You
doesn't.
guys are also Protestant, but Google's fucking y'all up because the definition's wrong. But anyways, if you rebel against the Roman Catholic Church, you're a Protestant. Sorry, dude.
No,
I
the
hate to break
very
it to you.
first Protestants were the Roman Catholics. They rebelled against 4 out of the 5 sees. So that's if 4 sees see the one having an issue, and this one is saying that, well, the Pope is the king of bishops and he's God on earth, and the other ones are like, no, you're just a metropolitan, just like the rest of us, a first of equals. And then he's like, no, I want worldly power.
I agree.
The
with
one
you.
that innovates causes the schism. So it's not the Orthodox who caused the problem. It's the ones that wanted worldly control and then built an army, which is the Crusades. The church doesn't have an army. That's a pretty good sign that they're not of God, man. We don't have armies,
theoretically,
bro.
we're all supposed to be soldiers for Christ, but that's
Yeah,
a
but
different
not
war.
out there killing people and raping nuns.
Oh yeah, you can't kill people. That's the whole love thy enemy rule.
Yeah,
So,
we're soldiers against the forces of darkness, you know.
that's
not,
correct.
Not
But anyways, I agree with you. Restoration is way better than Reformation. So I think we'll leave those Protestants.
I think
alone.
that's a word concept fallacy. I think your whole
No,
restoration is a
it's two very distinct terms
Reformation.
that mean things. But anyways, I agree. Martin Luther was less wrong than Catholics, and just like I would say Orthodox are less wrong than Catholics.
So why aren't you a
good on y'all.
Lutheran then? Why aren't you a Lutheran? Why did you split from his sect?
Because the Lutherans try too hard to maintain the Catholic Church. They were trying to reform, and so they
I
thought
got it. So they were
thought,
they killed too many of the traditions for you guys. Like,
yeah, they were trying to salvage that train wreck that was on fire, and so some of us were like, "No, dude, it's gone. Just bury it and move
so
on."
each man has his own faith, and you all become your own little popes.
Nope, we're all Christians and we follow Christ. We're the
If
one true church.
The church, if the church isn't your mother, God isn't your father, man. That's just where it comes down to.
Our Father is the Father of heaven. Our high priest is Jesus, and our action is the Holy Spirit. So if you can do better than that, I'm all ears.
Well, I mean, 40,000 sects all say they have the Holy Spirit, and they give a different interpretation. So which one is right out
So
of
they're
those?
either all wrong or one of them is right.
Absolutely, I agree.
That's the $1 million question, folks. Which one is the one true church?
I'd say the one that goes back 33 to 33 AD and has apostolic succession and
Hinduism?
can carry it throughout the centuries.
The Church of Peter or the Church of Paul? Which one should we attend?
Well, they were both Orthodox.
Because Jesus had to straighten them out because they were already arguing about, whose word is more high and whose traditions outpower your word. Anyways, we just follow Jesus. That's our answer.
And then, yeah, I mean, I think this is a very interesting conversation. And if you guys really want to, we can definitely continue. If you want to save it for a little later.
I want to record all this stuff. We were having a fun conversation, Jack, and none of this.
It's recorded, and I can send it to you for sure.
I thought you said you weren't streaming it yet or something.
No, it's streaming. It's just on a channel that's hidden
from
other people. So yeah, it's not.
What
it
happened
shouldn't
to
be
your
watched by
restream button? Did you?
Well, I don't have that on this channel yet because I don't want people to be watching this live yet. It can be replayed at any time. I just don't want to be it. I don't want everybody to find this channel yet. So.
By the way, Anna, sorry for hogging the room, but if you want,
no, it's okay. That's why I'm doing this channel so people can do it without being swarmed by like 100 people all trying to.
Also, I noticed Anthony keeps jumping in and out. Did he want to say something, or is he just chomping at the bit?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to say something, welcome Anthony as well.
Hi, Anthony. Welcome to the Get Along Gang.
Hello.
Any thoughts and feelings of all the words that were being hurled around?
I mean, obviously I'm biased because I'm Orthodox.
Lame. Have you tried not being biased? That's how I got
Yeah,
bitter.
I used to be Protestant. I used to be Baptist, but then it became
Ooh,
Orthodox.
Baptist is lame. You need to go Church of Christ, dude.
Yeah, I'm in the Church of Christ, and that's the Orthodox Church.
Word. I'm glad we can all agree on something finally.
All right, well, this is fun. This is actually fun to me. I think it's hopefully we're all on the same side. I think we are all on the same side for what we're about to cover, and I'm just gonna start playing some of this because now we have definitely enough people, and
Okay.
I'm gonna play like one of these groups at a time, and then we can pause because like this first one, the Temple of Ascending Flame, I'm pretty sure that it's the one that like people like Marilyn Manson might be a part of, but I'm just guessing. But if you guys know of, if anything comes up, definitely let me know because like I when I'm listening to this, it's like certain connections start kind of standing out to me. So I'm gonna play some of this, and you guys we can delve off in other stuff, but I want to get through some of this.
Go for it.
Temple of Ascending Flame is a left-hand path movement without hierarchies founded by Asenath Mason in Poland. It focuses on the draconian tradition, pushing for self-deification, individuality, and personal transformation. Central to their teachings is the worship of the draconian trinity, Lucifer, the she-demon Lilith, and the primal serpent Leviathan. They view the draconian force as the source of all creation. Lucifer is central to their beliefs. They view him as a symbol of enlightenment and rebellion against societal norms, religious doctrines, or mainstream consciousness. The demon Lilith is his female counterpart. Leviathan is seen as primal energy that creates and destroys universes in an endless cycle. They also venerate other entities like Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, Arachne, the spider goddess, and the demon king Belial. The temple's ultimate goal is for members to become draconian mages and transcend human limitations, eventually becoming gods themselves. The temple demands active commitment, a willingness to radically change one's life, and asks for daily magical practice. This personal ascent journey includes many practices like pacts with dark gods, sacrifice, sexual sorcery, blood offerings, Goetia witchcraft, communion with demons, or dark glyphotic magic from Kabbalistic tradition. Through these intense rites, the practitioner apparently can expect greater health, wealth, love, and inspiration. The Synagogue of Satan, founded by...
Any of that ring any bells for anybody, or?
Sounds like a bunch of devil worship to me. Isn't Synagogue of Satan the Israel symbol?
Well, I think that's what it's playing off of. It seems to be all this kind of seems to be based on Kabbalah or something similar. So
I mean, you can argue that Judaism is, eventually leads to devil worship, but
I mean, it's basically neo-Gnosticism as far as I can tell. I mean,
but in
what people call Judaism.
context, I think it would be charitable to say that they were kind of the legit religion, pre-Jesus.
Well, I think that even if that were true, which is debatable, I think that obviously there was some form of wrong practices that were being done for a long period of time, and
yeah, like
that's what Jesus
90%
was talking
of
about.
it. But that was the point.
What we would say is that Judaism is a perversion of Christianity, and that Christ came to correct what they had wrong. So,
Right,
and,
but I was saying like pre-Christ, like BC times.
that's what I mean. Is that the prophets worship God in the form of the Holy Trinity, and there was never not a time that Christianity existed as in the worship of the Holy Trinity, right? But as time went on, those in Judaism had introduced doctrines that are contrary to the ones of the true God, and that's why Christ came to correct a lot of those teachings.
Yeah. I mean, like BC times, your choices were either Judaism or Gentile, or just general paganism. Which, given those choices, I can see why Judaism was appealing, because it had theoretical access to the one true God. So, again, it has substance, but I think it's overrated personally.
Well, there's a reason that they killed the prophets, so.
I'm gonna continue on this and just interject if you guys need to, but I'm gonna play a little bit more of this.
By Michael S. Margolin in 1999 is a paradoxical religious organization blending Satanism, Thelema, and Freemasonry while aiming for the ultimate destruction of all religion, including itself. They see themselves as sinners. That's why they write synagogue this way. The group champions individual freedom balanced by social responsibility, rejecting dogma and accepting members from other religions. Its philosophy is drawn from Aleister Crowley's work and Masonic ideals. It portrays Satan as a force of liberty rather than a deity, embodying revolution and freedom. Members are encouraged to define their own reality and not impose their beliefs on others, resonating with their principle of mutual respect. The synagogue seeks to dismantle societal and religious constructs through education to create a world of self-rule and cooperation. Though unaffiliated with other satanic groups, they have ties with the Gnostic Catholic Church of the Ordo Templi Orientis, an occult secret society. The group says their job will be done when society respects each individual's rights, no matter how diverse. The Satanic Reds, founded in the late 1990s by Tani Yan Sang. This movement blends Satanism with Marxist communist ideology, stirring up a unique mix of occult and political activism. Their view on Satan isn't as a god, but as Set and Ten, representing being and becoming, similar to one of Lovecraft's fictional chaos deities. They incorporate H.P. Lovecraft's writings, Central Asian folklore, and communist ideals, using a mix of satanic and socialist symbols in their online activism. Their practices include rituals and promoting social welfare programs, likening their vision to a renewed human being inspired by Roosevelt. They emphasize self-evolution through the inspired force, which aligns with their esoteric beliefs in chakras. Unlike traditional satanic groups, they focus heavily on worker rights and social reform while claiming to follow the left-hand path. The Temple of Black Light, founded in 1995 by Jon Nudveit in Sweden and formerly known as the Misanthropic Luciferian Order. This cult is central.
Something that be a Mason to be a Shriner, you know, so it's not, they're not, even though they're from different organizations. It's like the Shriners is a build-up on the Masons, because you got to be a Mason to be a Shriner, you know, so it's not, they're not so disparate as this video makes it seem. I've seen this one. I've seen this exact video before. I think it has like millions of views or something.
Yeah, let me check. I think let me double check how many it has. It has 30,000 views. This one was released 7 days ago, but there's probably a bunch of different ones.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they have
like explainer video, you know.
Yeah, they have a lot of channels like this that all sound and act the same for some reason. So yeah, probably what you said is pretty accurate. But
yeah, that is true that they're all kind of like a hierarchy and they're all connected. It's like religion inside of a religion or something where depending on what group you're in, you might be higher to the top, and these are like subsidiaries or something. Of a satanic pyramid scheme or something. It's weird.
yeah, definitely like the ones that I know of, which I'm not going to get into, but the ones that I do know of out of this list, like it seems very connected to say the least. But I'm going to play a little bit more, and definitely if you guys see anything that pops out, let me know.
The Jewish and biblical creation story, but rejects the Abrahamic God, seeking to erase his creation entirely through ritual.
I wanted to say that that's the reason anybody from outside the club, it's hard to like get ahead in business, because they kind of crowd you out. And if they were also separate, then there would be like a lot of infighting, and it would probably be easier for an independent to like get like some kind of backing. But since it's also incestual, for lack of a better word, like you get crowded out of any scene, really. I mean, socially, it doesn't matter so much because it doesn't impact your money, but monetarily, definitely in business and stuff, you that happens.
Yeah, I'm trying. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to say the good news is all these roads lead to Rome, so it really doesn't matter which club you subscribe to. You're going to get the same result. So kudos to them.
Literally Rome and metaphorically, or
the Great Babylon.
I mean, there's truth to that like the Jesuits are an offshoot of kind of Masonry, and that there's a lot of clergy that have been infiltrated by the Masons, you know. I don't know how. I'm sure there are priests there that are trying to hold to some like traditional Catholic values, though. You know what I mean? But yeah, I wouldn't doubt that a lot are Freemasons or involved with some cult organization.
And again, the only positive thing to be said about these groups is that at least what they're honestly selling, you know, their product. So whereas so many other religions, you know, dupe their followers, at least these guys are, you know, legitly selling what they're offering.
Like the price for admission is just your soul. No worry, guys.
Well, I mean, you're worshiping the devil, so I mean, you're guaranteed success. I mean, there's like no way to fail that religion.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
think-
they are the ones. They're inside every other religion, making it all kinds of nonsense and away from its roots. They claim. I mean, Satanists claim to be, not really Satanists. Sabbatean and Frankists are at the core of every foundation or institution that matters.
What within Hinduism, do you guys have like a equivalent of like a satanic figure that you should be on the lookout for the corruption of Hindu beliefs?
Kali Yuga. The demon is named Kali.
So the devil's a woman.
No,
you knew that answer. You've seen Temple of Doom. Kalima! And they
What?
tear your heart out.
that's complete ignorance and bullshit. It's not the same.
What's the name of the Antichrist in the Hindu tradition? It's like Chakravarti or something like that, right?
No. Kali would be the correct. If you're looking for the Antichrist, and this is Chakravarti is a title
Oh, okay.
that you use for a Kshatriya warrior. So it's somebody who can wield the disc, like I don't know if you're familiar with the throwing disc. That is what a chakra is. So somebody who can wield that is given that title.
Sounds very Greek, by the way. I'm kind of joking, but you know, like they threw the discus and stuff in it. But
for what it's worth, Anna, I'm a big fan of Shiva, so I think we need more of him around these days.
A point to make about Freemasonry is that they claim they're not a religion, but they hold to like a branch theory where all their members can be whatever religion they want. And,
sounds like syncretism.
It is.
It
you
is.
know? Yeah.
And they're quite proud of it. They're really proud of the fact that their members can be of any religion.
And they look at like it's like some symbols or something within each religion have a connection, and they give some explanation to all these symbols and work them out in rituals. I don't know.
Right, but I found that that's mostly disingenuous. It's like Blavatsky talk. They just connect whatever they want to connect and fabricate where the connection doesn't exist.
Yeah, they make it up as they go, for sure.
And Neuro Kali is not a woman; it's a male demon. I mean, like I don't know. It's like it doesn't even look human. I think I shared a photo of it on my page, but
yeah, sorry, I just assume I saw some pictures, but it's hard to tell. So, but I know that like the Ramayana paintings I saw in real life, like are, you know, it's hard. It's really confusing. So I don't know much about Hinduism, but also I know that the Buddhist stuff is also kind of like a abomination of Hinduism or something. So
there's like a
Buddhism is a rejection of Hinduism.
There's like a subset, like Vedanta, I think it's called, where there, I forget his name, but he talked about worshiping death or something. It's like every other religion feared death, but they worship it.
By the way, Anna, if you do want to talk about Hinduism, I can't remember. I think I've talked to you before. Did I ever tell you about the whole caste system pyramid scheme thing?
I don't know what you're referring. Are you referring to?
Have you heard my theory that the Aryans created Hinduism?
No, I haven't, but I'm opposed to any Aryan theory because that word is not, it's not coming from us. Those things are like Blavatsky goes over there and she writes about this fictitious race. I mean, there's no mention of Aryans anywhere in the Vedas or any literature of our own.
Of course they're not. Why would the schemers mention themselves in their scheme? That would be really
But
dumb.
who is Aryan? Where's the evidence for it? Like, why is
They
that?
originally came from like the Turkey area a long time ago. But
Yeah, but how do you connect that? Like, how do you connect
if you
linguistically,
have one,
culturally, racially?
yeah, if you have one of those like ancestry labs handy, you could probably just do a genetic check to see.
Yeah, but that's just comparing like whatever they already have in their database to tell, like, how
No, I'm saying like you can
linguistical?
scientifically point to like two origins of the same people, the Indians.
I'm gonna call mumbo jumbo on that.
Okay, are you familiar with the original Indus Valley Indians?
You're talking about Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, right?
This is pre-Hinduism, so the
That's
Indus
what they
Valley.
call it. That's what they classify those sites as. They say.
Okay,
it's
were they light-skinned or dark-skinned?
How do you know?
What is y'all's theory? What, according to your knowledge, were they light-skinned or dark-skinned?
According to us, the original people are black.
Okay, and so according to your own history, your own knowledge, traditions and stuff, was there a certain event that happened in Indian history in which suddenly there were very light-skinned people showing up unannounced and suddenly like infiltrating the ranks, so to speak?
Yeah, when the Muslims invaded, and then the British.
No, this is way before that stuff.
Hold on, guys, really quick. That Russian Orthodox. Who is you be?
Hello, Russian Orthodox. Do you speak English? You have to unmute yourself first, dude. He might be a prawn bomber, so let's keep your trigger finger. Or you're not even.
Well, yeah, but I'm just wondering who is it be?
I don't know.
Before we go forward.
So, anyways, Anna, if my theory's correct, even secular, people will be able just to use pure genetic information to determine that you can trace a lot of people's ancestry back to either A roots or B roots. And so A roots is probably the original indigenous Indus Valley people that were very, very dark skinned and black, as you put it. And later on, some basically white dudes. I mean, they're maybe Arab, bronzish colored, but it's essentially white. It's like almost European white. Dude showed up, and instead of having a big bloody war, they decided to very cleverly invent a religion that would create a caste system in which to control the dark people. Does that sound familiar?
No, it doesn't. There's
okay. Are you familiar with the Brahmin?
And caste has nothing to do with color, by the way.
Oh, really? Are you familiar with the Brahmin? Do you know what the Brahmin are?
Yeah, I'm a Brahmin.
Okay. Are dark people allowed to be Brahmin?
Yes, there's multiple black Brahmins in my own family.
Well, maybe now. I'm saying originally. Like,
what do you talk? Like, there's no intermarriage. We've been marrying Indians.
No. I'm not talking about modern times. I'm not saying modern times Hinduism. I'm talking about like, in context, OG Hinduism when it was created and practiced. Like, 400 BC Hinduism, something like that.
Then what had less to do with color back then?
It had everything to do. That's how Brahmin were defined. The holy people.
What is your source? Give some evidence.
The Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads.
Yeah, where? Where? Which paragraph? What stanza?
It's been
and
a
then
while.
translate.
I took this back in college, and so
Yeah, that's why it's complete BS. You know, like,
no,
I'm done with
just
you guys
because
trying
I
to
took it a long
completely
time ago
write off
doesn't.
people's heritage based on a fucking theory with no evidence.
No, just because I read the text back in college doesn't mean it's BS. I mean, I don't read it every day or anything.
Well,
but
I
anyway.
do, and then
Okay,
you're
okay.
still
Well, then you're
saying
very
that.
familiar
Where's
with the
your proof?
Brahmin, and you
Where's
know
the proof?
that the
Brahmin
holy
means
class
pure.
was
Brahmin means
designated
pure
as
and
the
innocent. It doesn't mean
light-skinned
white.
people. The
Brahmin means
light-skinned
pure in Sanskrit. It doesn't mean white.
That's how you know if you were one of the underclass, was your skin was dark because it was like the earth, and therefore you were part of the earth. The holy class that ascended from the gods were like ghost like
That's
appearance, like very
complete
pale skin.
bullshit. Where are you getting that? You're making
That's how
this
they
up.
distinguished them, because you
No, they did not. Like, what is your source?
You
This has
couldn't-
like
you didn't-
been a
you couldn't-
whole speculation without a single piece of evidence.
you couldn't show like a passport back then that said I am classified as a Brahmin. You just had to say, look at me, I'm a white dude, you're
No,
a black dude. You
no,
know which is
no,
which.
no. You knew by the way you dressed and the way you acted and your physical stature and
Okay.
whether you ate meat or not that you're a Brahmin.
Okay, I'm just saying, you know, it's just a theory. I could be wrong. I
You're
mean,
just lying. You're not just saying. You're just lying.
no, I don't think you understand what a
Lying through
theory
your
is.
ass.
A theory is when you have ideas, like a hypothesis that you know create and test and research and
No, the difference between a hypothesis and a theory is that a theory is a hypothesis with proof, which you've already run out.
I just stated my proof. If you take every Indian person alive today and do their DNA genetic blood testing, and then you can find out, oh, look, there's two distinct lines that came from all Indians, like all Indians alive today. You'll find that they can also trace these origins back to a Mediterranean group of people and an Indus Valley group of people, which may have been an offshoot of
Indus
some
Valley
African
is India.
path. It's
Indus
quite
Valley
possible that there was
in
an
India. So how is that from Africa?
because it is quite possible there was an African migration route through India that ended in the Indus Valley, and those people just stayed there. It's also possible that there was a northern, not European, but like I said, it's around the Turkish area, Turkey today, of white-looking people that also came to the area much later, because the Indus people were already there and established, and homesteading and all that stuff. And they were greatly outnumbered, by the way. Even though they were superior in military force, they decided not to engage in a horribly bloody battle that would kill most of both sides of peoples. They decided instead to try to use religion to peacefully arrive at a way to control the area, which I would say was a success because it worked. Anyways, you can still see the caste system today. The light skins are the holy people, and the dark skins are
No, they're not. Fuck your lies. That's not true.
Okay, really quick, Anthony, were you that Russian guy, by the way?
Yeah, I had downloaded the app and then joined.
Oh, you're good. No, I was just making sure because I'm kind of expecting, trolls of some sort. So that's why.
You're all
expecting Russian agents.
Kind of, yes.
Is
Kind
Trump
of, yeah.
coming?
Yeah, probably. He's probably in the chat right now.
He's a Russian asset.
He gets his talking points for me. I'm just kidding. So I'm gonna play a little more of this Black Light, and I appreciate you guys' conversation of that stuff, because I am actually interested in the whole Aryanism stuff, because it does seem to be a major.
Yeah, but that's like Adolf Hitler, Theosophical Society shit. That's not my heritage that this guy is trying to pass it off as. It's not real.
Well, apparently it's me as a whitey. Look, obviously this is my.
My tiara.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, it is pretty weird if you look into all that ideology and where it comes from. So
yeah, because I can pinpoint to the Indian author that like he just fabricated the Aryan invasion theory. Period.
Well, the funny thing to me is
Period
like
the author. If you want, you can look him up.
the,
He's from South India, and he fabricated it in the colonial times, or
well, the funny
post-colonial.
the funny part to me is that if you look at the imagery, I guess you'd say, of the Trumpians and the Elon Musk of the world, isn't it strange that they seem to be leaning into the whole they seem to be leaning into the whole Aryanism and stuff like that. And speaking of which, I have to take this call from a Aryan brother that's calling me. So give me 1 second, guys.
It's just like they're uspering someone else's culture or something. Like you're just like taking it and saying we created it.
Well, while you're gone, Jack, I'm going to rain on your parade and inform you that Hitler was completely misinformed. First of all, he didn't even know what Aryans were, and he thought like the Nordic people were Aryans and stuff like that. So he is so confused and doesn't know his proper history. But anyways, unfortunately, a lot of that historical documentation evaporated in history. So there's not a lot of like hard evidence we have of the Aryans other than
Because they didn't exist.
No, because they were very nomadic, and they weren't good at building pyramids and etching stuff in stone tablets. So as far as most historians are concerned, they didn't exist. But it's there.
Yeah, but they somehow invented Sanskrit. That's such BS.
I didn't say they invented Sanskrit. Where are you
Then
getting that
how is a Sanskrit different from Hinduism? It's a precursor to any kind of organized religion that you're saying. Like Sanskrit cannot be divorced from the Vedas, which are the basis of Hinduism.
Why can't you create a religion even if you don't speak the language?
Because it.
What?
It's so fucking I'm not even gonna answer that. You know what? Yeah, narcissists like you don't deserve answers.
Okay, so there have been many religions all throughout the earth in which the people worshiping said religion didn't even speak that language. So
You know what I'm noticing here, man? You like to usper people's like stuff, dude. You like to like take the Church of Christ and take Hinduism and like you're just like taking it, man. You can't
where
do
am I
that.
taking it? Like to the beach or something?
To your like place, man, wherever you're putting it.
Well,
you're
Yeah,
putting it
you're
where you want.
appropriating. You're appropriating it for your own theory.
Am I culturally appropriating stuff?
You're appropriating religions and cultures to suit your own theory. What's so funny about that?
I
That's,
did say
that's
it was a
someone who
theory.
has no intelligence and no sources.
I did say it was a theory. I didn't say it was like a scientific law that's fact. You know, I was just saying that it's a theory I have. I could
Just
be
like
wrong.
the theory that your reformers have, that you're the
No,
Church of
that's
Christ.
different. That's not a theory. That's well known.
Absolutely, it's a
historical,
theory.
documented fact. That the
If it was a
Reformation
documented
occurred
fact, it would
during
be written
Martin
by
Luther's
Saint
time.
Ignatius or something, you know, or like the early apostles, bro, like of the apostles.
I like the apostles. I love when the apostles in the Bible will even distinguish when they are speaking versus the Holy Spirit is speaking. Those are some of my favorite scriptures.
What's your point there, man?
Sometimes people quote the Bible too much and they don't realize what they're doing. That sometimes they're just quoting man and their traditions. Because even in the canonized Bibles itself, there are records of man's traditions, which, you know, if you're not careful, you might quote them as the word
Man's
of God.
tradition. You Protestants with this man's traditions thing,
Yeah.
man. You know what is crazy? It's because you conflate it with the traditions of the Pharisees, and then you're like, well, all traditions of men are wrong, and you're ignoring holy
Never
tradition.
said that. Never said that. I
Well,
never said
that's what
all
you're
traditions.
representing. I mean, it's as if Christ didn't establish a church. What is that? What is that? Didn't he tell Peter, I would establish my church? Is Christ a liar? So what do you mean? And of course, his church would have holy traditions that accompany it, like a liturgy and the sacraments, you know?
A church is anywhere two are gathered in his name. Two Christians are gathered.
I've heard it from, you know, like the charismatics that chicken dance.
You've heard it from Jesus?
I've heard it from charismatics that chicken dance and like wobble and stuff in there.
No, I was telling you the definition of a church. The church is anywhere that two are gathered in his name. It's not a building. It's not like stained glass.
Oh, I didn't say it was a building. It's both, isn't it? It's like it could be a building, or you can be outside as a congregation of the faithful. Or
by the way, like let's pretend we're like zooming into the Mediterranean for a second, and like we're in this place called Rome or whatever, and let's say that the Church of Rome are these two Christians that gathered together in his name. And then the next day, some Roman soldiers showed up and took them to a gladiator ring and tossed them into the lion's den, and they were gobbled up. Does that mean the church is gone, or what? Or is there still a church there? Like,
well, there's a church in heaven and there's a church on earth, right? And it's one in the same church. So if they were gobbled up like Saint Ignatius was by the lions, who wrote that, you follow the bishop as if he was Christ, and he wrote about the sacraments and triple immersion baptism, all this stuff, and baptism of infants, which you preach against.
Well, Jesus did, so I
No, I mean, he didn't preach against it. Now you're just putting words in the Savior's mouth. That's
he was completely against humans teaching each other that Christianity is involuntary, that somehow someone else can like force you into the forgiveness of sins or the Church
They're not.
of God. Or
A parent isn't forcing their child. You're creating something good into something evil. Like I said, you're turning it into something evil to strengthen your case.
Choice? Are they asking to be added?
Is it an evil practice for a mother?
Rite of passage. It's a rite of passage, and it grounds children. And as a parent, that's your executive decision.
Right, but if baptism is for the remission of sins and to add you to the church, which one of those are occurring with an infant?
Possibly both, yeah.
What sins does a baby need to be forgiven of? What sin did they commit?
Yeah, well, if you ask me, I would answer through reincarnation, but that's, again, like you guys are debating something else.
Christians don't subscribe to reincarnation. So theoretically,
maybe not, because Jewish people believe in reincarnation.
Well, Jews aren't Christians, but anyways, so Christians subscribe to the one-off theory that we're created once, and you live and die, and that's it. So
maybe Unseen Warfare can answer whether that's true.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
it's not that we believe in like reincarnation or something, but we do believe in something like we die here and then live another life in the kingdom of God, or the other place. You know what I'm saying? So
no, the original question was, what sin did that infant commit?
Well, I know how you're framing it, but we're all born with a proclivity to sin in a fallen world. The moment that Adam and Eve sinned, then the proclivity to sin is in the world. We're in a fallen world. So when you baptize a child, you're baptizing them to keep the devil away from them. That's one aspect of the baptism.
Right.
And then you're also preparing them to grow in the faith. So you're raising them up in the faith, and they have the choice, the free will, to give that up along the way if they would like to. So it's as if you're saying that just because they were baptized young, they don't have free will or something.
Don't send them to school because they didn't choose that. They would rather sit around and play video games all day. So what a cruel parent would send their child to school. What a cruel parent would make the child shower. That's what it sounds like, that argument.
And like the old covenant, like my point was that old covenant has been absorbed into the new. So when you circumcise your kid to be into the old covenant, then that was you stating that this is a child of God and he's part of the community. He's part of Israel, right? That's absorbed into Christianity through the baptism. So it's like you're taking something that the old covenant did and acting as if that didn't happen and it wasn't valid, and then you're just basically explaining it away. That's not how it works.
Okay, so I didn't hear what sin they committed. So the second one is adding them to the church. Can babies be added to the church?
He said that they inherit the sin from Adam and Eve. And that
Well,
from the
they have
moment
a
you're born, that
proclivity to
there's a
sin.
proclivity to sin from the moment they're
Can
born.
you inherit sin?
But no, I didn't say that they inherited sin. So that's a misunderstanding. It's okay, though. That's an Augustinian belief, they say, but I don't really think Augustine actually taught that.
Yeah, and I think what you're thinking of is the Catholic teachings of original sin, that you do inherit sin from your ancestors and stuff like that. That's what you're confusing.
But yeah, we don't believe that. Everybody is responsible for their own sins, but the point of it is that the child is going to grow up in a sinful world, and you do all that you can to keep them on the narrow path. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So you don't frame then if you agree, why are you framing it like it's
because my question was, what sin did they commit, and you said none. So I moved on.
exactly? You're framing it as if like
he's saying that they could, like it depends on the child, and there could be a
okay,
moment of sin.
Warfare. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. What sin do infants commit, or can they commit?
Yeah, I know you keep repeating it, but it really doesn't change what I said. So.
Apparently I misheard you, because Anna said no, you did say that. I misunderstood you. I thought you said they don't commit sin, so I was moving on.
Rhetoric.
Okay, you're right. Words have meaning. So since they don't need forgiveness of sins, can they be added to the church?
It said, he says, "Stop not the children from coming to me," didn't he, or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. So in the presence of Jesus, he's trying to illustrate that
I've already covered this. I've already given you quotes from the 2nd century and 1st century of this.
Okay.
Like,
so in the presence
the
of
arguments
God
are already dead.
are sinless creatures. So either free willed adults.
So you're saying that babies are sinless, right? Like
Absolutely.
they're sinless creatures, right?
Absolutely. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
So
that's probably what God was saying. And maybe
so at what
none get
point
that
do they have the ability, or they become sinful creatures? Is there a transformation?
The hot debate is somewhere between adolescents and teenagers. Is like that's the hot debate.
So they just
Yeah,
change
then how do you
molecular
explain
structure or
that?
something?
How do you explain children that sexually abuse other children? How do you explain children that commit acts of violence? That's certainly not true.
How do I explain an infant that can pull the trigger of a gun and kill someone? Is that murder?
It is murder.
It's premeditated. It's the choice to end the life of another human being.
You're just framing these things. It's
Babies
absurdism.
are choosing to murder
It's absurd.
by pulling the trigger of a gun that they don't even know what a gun is.
Sexual abuse from child to child is much more common than what you're saying. I'm giving you a real world scenario. Most children get exposed. Most children get exposed to pornography through other children, not through adults.
Okay, so even children doing evil shit to each other, are they guilty of that sin? Like, do they know what sexual harassment is, or molestation is, or even sexual activity?
They are responsible, and that's why trauma follows you into adult life. Like, if they were not responsible, then why do they suffer as adults? Why is there like so many survivors?
So in your country, you
trauma?
put like 1-year-old babies in jail for
These
like,
are emotional
molesting other
arguments,
children
really, and that's the way you frame things.
No,
You
I'm not
frame
talking
things
about putting
crazy.
babies in jail. I'm saying their actions do have a consequence because they grow up with trauma.
We're not talking about long-term consequences. We're talking about instant consequences.
No, we're not. Why is that?
I would say if a baby commits a sexual sin against another, then it is guilty because it has committed.
Okay, so you would put a 1-year-old child in jail for sexual harassment?
But I wouldn't
That's not the point.
I would probably put it in like a rehabilitation center because obviously something's wrong with its fallen
Welcome,
nature.
Machine Eyes. Okay, well, see.
Yo.
Now you see.
We're having a weird ass conversation, dude. What's up, man?
Now you see my point earlier on Neurojack of what happens.
No, you have no
when you have that
point.
belief.
The baby isn't going to jail. The parents are going to jail
Why not?
because what is a baby doing that? Like,
Are you holding them
CPS
accountable or not?
The
CPS
parent is
going to the
accountable for your
parents' house.
child, dude. So
CPS
what are you
is going
saying?
to the parents' house and they're going to jail, and that's
Why are
it.
you holding the parents accountable for what?
Because it's their
someone else
kid.
Because that's why they're
Crazy.
doing it. I-Fi, like a child doesn't just absorb that from nowhere. They're copying their parents.
So by
Like,
putting
live
the
in the
parent
real
in jail,
world
you're
below.
admitting the child is not responsible for their own actions. You're arguing my point.
So no, you're framing this in a ridiculous, absurdist
Yeah,
way.
you are. Because even though the
With
child is
English?
It's
responsible,
manipulative.
in the real
It's
world,
manipulative.
there's the consequences.
It's to feed your cognitive bias because you're delusional, bro.
What disparate views am I holding that don't jibe?
The fact that you're giving these extreme scenarios, right? And then you're using it to feed this cognitive bias you have that somehow the scriptures didn't teach to baptize the whole household. And it's just like, well, the kid doesn't know he's sinning, or like, what, dude? Like, that's not the point. The parent has the responsibility to take care of their kid, and baptizing the kid into the church leads them on a path that they would avoid sin most likely, if they can, by living a life within the church. That's the point of the baptism. You know what I mean? And you're like framing it into this evil way, like the kid doesn't even know, like he's a sinner or so. I don't know. That's absurd, and it's an absurdist way to propose an argument.
Okay, so you did make a positive claim on the second condition. So you are saying that they are added to the church, and therefore,
Absolutely, they're added
against
to the
their
church.
will,
Why wouldn't they be?
they are added to the church. So you do believe that Christianity is involuntary. Gotcha. Okay, we can move on, Neurojack. Just wanted to make sure we're crystal clear. There's no audio.
Again, you're making.
I know. I'm just letting it play in the background while you guys talk. You guys can continue.
Oh, I thought we were done.
No, because you made a claim there that Christianity is involuntary because of whatever was discussed.
According to his religion, correct? Yes.
Yes, because you're framing something that way, and you're making good evil and evil good. That's exactly what the Bible talks
in
about.
a way that Anna can better understand that it's not what you just said.
No, this is what you really don't understand, man. Is that when you frame something in a way that you're taking a sacrament, a holy sacrament, and you're making it evil, that's blasphemy, bro. That's blasphemy, and that's not on anybody else but you. You got to face
Are
that.
babies capable of doing holy actions?
Well, you're arguing for devils, bro. That's what's happening. So
Because that is the flip side of the coin. Either they are capable of good.
I would
and
argue
evil, or
that a
they are
baby is a
not.
holy action in itself. You know what I mean? It's like a miracle from God, bro. So what are you talking about?
That's from God, though. I'm asking from the baby. Is the baby contributing to this holy action, or is he just the puppet watching the show?
No, I don't know. Whatever argument you Protestants came up with the 1800s to justify your Reformation. You know?
I don't speak for all the Protestants, including the Orthodox.
I know,
who aren't
out
a
of
part
all
the Roman Catholic
40,000
Church, but,
sects.
Oh, I saw Arian there. Back that video up. Neurotic. Back it up. I saw Arian. That might be important later. How about you, Machine Lies? Do you have any contributions to Protestant versus Ortho Bros?
Well, from what I've read about Martin Luther, I'm not very impressed with the character, you know, but so I have to say that much.
You take the Catholic side in that debate?
I mean, you know, I definitely wouldn't go with Luther. I mean,
Oh, you missed it earlier. You weren't in here earlier. I think we all agreed that Martin Luther was less wrong than the Catholics, even though that doesn't mean we agree with him. Is that a good way to phrase it?
yeah, I mean, you know, if you take a historical approach and you see the end result of that, right?
That's a good place to start. I agree.
Yeah, you know, because the end result could be, you know, like say you take Martin Luther away, you know, that there could be a thing that the Protestant Reformation was the start of, you know, a lot of different movements within Europe, right?
And then maybe we would all still be Catholics today if it wasn't for Martin Luther.
Well, not necessarily Catholics, but maybe not Democrats. I mean, right?
I think the point you're missing is the beauty of the Catholic system was the reason why that it was the only choice was because it was literally the only choice. So
No, it wasn't.
I was
That
trying
wasn't.
to explain to Warfare here earlier that the reason why we have to restore the church every once in a while is because it is physically possible to kill Christians. So even if there are Christians present, and then say a bunch of Catholics show up one day and then burn you all at the stake, now there are no Christians present. There are only Catholics, and therefore either you need restoration or maybe you can start off easy with a reformation from Martin Luther.
Yeah, I basically believe in small monarchical states, that better than large democratic republics, and I don't get there via libertarianism, but I understand what they're saying.
On. Don't start this bootlicking shit again. TML, I'm too
It is
old
what
for
it
this
is.
shit.
It is what it is. I gotta lay it out. I mean, do you want me to tell you my opinion or not?
I've already got 2 ortho bros in here, and I bet Annapurna likes licking boots too.
Dude,
so
I am
I'm
not an
outnumbered.
ortho, bro. Like you frame that way. I'm
Are you
true
an
orthodox. There's a very
Christian?
big difference there.
Are you an Orthodox Christian?
I'm a true Orthodox Christian. There's a
Okay,
difference.
well, in my book, I call y'all ortho bros because you are the brotherhood of Orthodox churches.
And you're a Protestant.
That's
yeah,
fine.
it seems like you don't view other people as human beings. Like you like to generalize and like demean people a lot. The way you're talking about
What's
other people.
demeaning about?
I mean,
Yeah, that's
it's
true
fine
too.
to call us
That's true
ortho
too.
bros,
Like,
bro, because at the end of the day,
Hold on. Let Anna answer. What's demeaning about authoritarian?
Tone
No.
matters.
No, it's just that you lump people together and then you give them nicknames that kind of dehumanize them or make them less than.
How are they not human to submit to a
Oh,
authority?
they're just ortho bros. Oh, they're just conspiracy theorists. Oh, they're just flat earthers. Oh, they're just climate change deniers. That's what you come across as. You dehumanize your opposition to make them sound stupid.
That's because you're just a Hindu and you don't understand my use of language.
he retorts with another label. Like he's like, "Well, you're just a
Bro,
Hindu."
you literally just proved your point, bro. Like,
And Machine Lies is a Muslim and he loves licking boots, but you know, we all have our
Right. Martin Luther never licked any boots there, right? He was just living there under Frederick, and then you know what I mean.
TML, come on, man.
Under the protection of a king, under the king of Bohemia, just chilling. Yeah.
Protestants don't like Martin Luther. We just like that.
Yeah, I know.
Martin Luther, come on, Martin Luther and the Protestants are partly responsible for autocratic government. The Calvinists and all those people, they wrote treatises on it. Like, come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here, right?
They couldn't even agree amongst
Second
themselves.
ago,
Like, what is that?
you were the one supporting Luther. 1
Yeah,
second.
they were the
Immediately now
bootlickers.
that the points stacked up against you, you changed your view.
Okay, for the 10th time, for the record, he was less wrong than the Catholics. That's what I like about Martin.
But that isn't that prideful to say like, well, he was wrong and he was wrong, but we're
No.
right and they're wrong, and it's like, when does it end? When do all you become, you little popes, like not see yourselves as infallible? Like that's what it comes
when
down to.
humans are correct, that's when it ends.
So, but based on your fallen human logic, you're correct. But Martin Luther was partly right, and
He got some things right, so that's why we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yes, something's right according to who.
well, you did throw the baby out with the bathwater. You threw all of holy tradition out and then restored it.
Stuff like that. Sorry, I was having 2 conversations at the same time. What were you saying, Warfare?
I said that you did throw the baby out with the bathwater because you took all the holy traditions and threw them out, and then like replaced them with like crackers and grape
You're doing
juice.
that. You keep doing that. You keep saying that I did that.
Don't you guys have rock concerts, dude? Like when did the apostles do that?
I just pointed out that most of man's traditions are garbage. Not all of them, just most of them.
Are your
Without
rock
any
concerts
proof.
traditions?
Oh, I got plenty of proof, Anna.
Yeah,
I
you
got
just don't
proof
want to
coming
lay it
the
out.
yaya.
You just don't want to lay it out.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about one of my proofs, but you don't like science and history, so we had to skip that topic. So,
No, you don't like specifics. Give me your data. That's what I asked for.
I'm not a
But you
geneticist,
can't
but I
remember
bet
the
there's
Bhagavad
genetic
Gita
markers.
because you read it somewhere in college, and yeah, everybody's just
Oh
beneath
yeah, the
you.
Hindu
You're,
religion. I
everybody's
didn't get
beneath
to
you.
the
We're beneath
later
your
writings.
attention, and you're right, and we're wrong. That's it.
What comes after the Upanishads and the other ones? I can't remember. What's the other group of books? I can't even remember their names.
Yeah, yet you're an expert here giving proof.
Did I ever claim to be an expert of it?
Yeah, on genetics, on the science of it.
I specifically said I am not a geneticist, so I'm not going to speak expertly on the
But
topic.
that's your proof.
It may be weak proof, but you're welcome to disprove me and show me
I
that
did
I'm
though.
wrong.
I did. There is nothing that you've offered to the contrary, but pointing that out has become moot at this point.
Okay.
You said that Nicaea dealt with the scriptures, and then you think that we should listen to you about anything about Christianity. Think about that.
What?
You said that Nicaea dealt with the scriptures, and it didn't.
I
It
said
had nothing to do with the canon.
remember the name of the council.
Exactly. So you
think it
can't
was
remember the name of the
Nicaea.
council, but you want us to believe you on anything dealing with it?
You guys have been arguing with like too many like blood sports dudes that like, you know, are absolute in everything they say, but y'all aren't listening to any words I'm saying. I clearly stated this is a theory. I don't know about this and this and this, but here's a little guess I have about that, and then y'all are like just losing your shit over it.
No, we're disproving it, and you're calling that losing our shit.
That's right. Disprove it. Okay, so show me where all of the ancestors of the Indian people came from the Indus Valley. Go ahead. I'll wait here. Make sure they're all dark skinned, because if you have any white skinned people, it's going to make you embarrassed.
You're the one that's
those are
claiming
genetic
that. You're the one that's claiming that my ancestor is light skinned. You prove it.
By the way, I know it's kind of hard to argue in modern times because obviously, you know, over the millennia, there have been so many people coming and going through India, it would be nigh impossible to show a clearly distinct, you know.
Yeah, but the caste system prohibits intermarriage, so that shouldn't be a problem.
And no one has ever broken that rule, Anna?
And live to tell the tale? Yeah, before
Just
modern
like in
times,
America,
yeah.
where slave owners never banged their slaves because that was completely illegal, immoral, and unethical.
Slavery
That would
and
never
caste
happen.
isn't the same. Slavery and caste isn't the same. You're conflating the two, just like you're
What do you
conflating
think the
caste and
caste
color.
system is for? For democracy and for DEI? Like, what do you think the caste system is to
The
do?
caste system is a misnomer for the Varna system. And the Varna system is based on occupation. It has nothing to do with color, nobility, birth, nothing.
Oh, then I misunderstood the sources I read. That was my bad.
The Varna system was later on corrupted to make it rigid so that the Brahmins could maintain control. Again, nothing to do with color.
Now you're admitting it. It's like, well, it was corrupted, but
nothing to do with color. It had to do with control, and therefore intermarriage was prohibited because control would leave the family or the caste. And at this point, it's not that people didn't have sex and have bastard children. It's that they were killed. They were eliminated.
The ones that got caught, definitely.
There's no way that bastard children are getting inheritance. No fucking way. So
you're right. That's never happened in
how
human
is
history.
that? How is it that me as a Brahmin has no light-skinned people in my family, and almost all of them are black or darker
I told
than
you,
me?
in modern times, there's no point of even trying.
Even though there's no intermarriage between the Brahmins, even though.
Anna, just compare the history of the United States to India. Now,
Why
know
should
how
I? They're two different places.
I just want you to see what you're trying
Slavery
to
is not the
visualize.
caste system. You're wrong.
I'm just showing you the time frames here. So, how old is the United States? About what, 200 years, 200 and some change. Okay, so you're aware that when we created this country, we had like white slave owners and black slaves, right?
There were Irish slaves before black
Okay,
slaves, and the
if
the
you
black slaves were brought over by Jewish people, not
if you were
white.
to walk around America right now, would you find any Oreos that inherited their white ancestors' plantations and money and businesses? Oreos are the offspring of a black and white person, by the way, just FYI.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna pay homage to another dehumanizing term.
Those are all humans. The mother and father are human, and the child is a human. Just for clarity.
Yeah, but an Oreo is not a human.
Oh yes, they are. They're 100% human.
That's a slur.
No, it's not. It's a scientifically
An Oreo is
factual,
a fucking
objective
snack,
statement
dude.
that a
I know what
black
an Oreo
parent,
is.
when it mates with a white parent, creates an Oreo child, which is half white, half black. That's why we call them Oreos, because our cookies are black and white cookies. It's just a silly term, but it has scientific meaning. So your claim is, even though America is only 200 years old, that we are so true to our origins that there would never be a situation where some bastard child of a slave owner and a slave would end up, the child getting to claim that land and money because the Oreo passes as good enough. He's not clearly midnight black, but he's he's bronze colored, white black. So who cares? Who's keeping up with that anymore? So
Why is that the case in India? You're complaining too
because your country has been around a little bit longer than the United States of America. So if you wanted to see the visual representation of what I'm talking about, you would have to go to like BC times or something, because anytime in modern India, like even as early as like the thousands or the not years, like 580 or whatever, it's already so mixed. You guys are already so mixed. You can't clearly see the caste system anymore.
But how do you know
originally
we're
started
mixed?
that way.
Where's the proof we're mixed?
Because Anna, sometimes slave owners bang their slaves. I hate
But
to break
where's the
this to you.
proof that we're mixed?
The proof is
that
in the genetic record.
You're implying that the entire Indian race is a mixture of black and white people. Where's the proof to that?
Yes, that's exactly
Where's
what
the
I'm
proof
claiming.
of that?
Your genetic history. Just go to
What? No. Where is it? Show me the genetic record.
in your
Indicate
DNA.
some
If
data.
you trace your DNA back, you'll see eventually you'll find a white parent and a black parent.
That's complete
got
bullshit.
together.
That's a lie. That's a lie, and you can't offer proof of it.
All
so
you got to
like,
do
you
to
can't
disprove
argue.
my
There's
claim
no point arguing
is show
anything.
all of the Indian people originating from the same Indus Valley parents. All the parents are Indus Valley parents, and then you'll disprove my entire theory. And I'm not even including like the colonial times and shit like that. Obviously, the British were banging Indians and stuff like that, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about like long time ago, around the Hindu times. Even though Hinduism's still a religion, but like I said, it's just. This is fun, Nero. We need to do this more often. Did he leave? We scared him off. You're in charge now, Unseen.
Okay. Did he leave? Did he really leave?
Where is he? Point to him.
Okay.
Is he Joel? I don't know. Maybe he changed his name.
No.
Hey, Joel. Unmute your mic. Are you Neurojack? I don't know who Joel is. Hey, TML, do you know who Joel is?
Joel's my homie.
You know Joel?
Yeah, we all know him. Yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering
Joel's
who
cool.
Neurojack is. I thought he was. Are you running the stream now, TML?
No, sir. Yeah, I'm just here. Yeah.
Who's in charge here?
It's Neuro. Yeah, it's Neuro that's in charge here.
I just think it's funny because he's not here, but he's here in spirit.
Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about, TML? Muslims or something, or what?
Fighting the whole panel again. I see.
I'm in the mood, man. I'm taking everyone on.
That's good.
You got
And
cooked earlier, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh shit!
Because this guy is a narcissist and he views us as his source of supply. So every time we react, he gets a rise out of it. That's what's going
He's
on.
getting
I'm
high.
gonna just mute myself for the rest of the time this guy's here on panel.
Oh, Anna, don't go away angry. Just go away.
Well, IFI is a libertarian, whatever.
A
Church
conservatarian,
of Christ.
you heathen.
Church of Christ, conservatarian, some mix between conservative and libertarian, and then
Some
and then
little
also
hillbilly town with like a little shed as a church, claiming to be the Church of Christ.
What? How big is my church? Since you've been to it,
I don't know how many big is it? How big is it?
there are dozens of us. Dozens of us.
dozens.
Probably a non-dog church.
Last time I checked, we're like at least in the billions or something. I don't know.
Is that true?
Millions, damn.
2 million. So, like I said, there's dozens of us.
Christ has a small flock, man.
Narrow is the way. Straight is the gate. But broad is the way to what is it? Unseen? Can you remember?
I don't know. I don't remember it. No, but it's something like that. Yeah.
Narrow is the way of salvation, but broad is the path of destruction. Maybe.
Yep, that's the one. See, TML knows educating these Christians.
You know what's something funny though is that Christ says, "Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord," and he said, "Away from me, you who practice lawlessness."
I never knew thee. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know what I think he's talking about? I think he's talking about Protestants. I really do.
I think he's talking about lip service, but you don't like the way I frame things, so I won't burden you with my thoughts.
Because lawlessness would be like going outside the holy traditions and like introducing new traditions that are contrary to the one preached by the apostles.
Sounds dangerous.
It does.
The wolf in sheep's clothing.
Indeed, indeed.
Do y'all have lip service in Islam, TML?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
People that claim to be Muslim, but obviously are not.
oh yeah, yeah. It says hypocrites are worse than non-believers.
I'm glad we all agree. There's something else Christians agree on. So, see, we're all friends here. I bet even Hindus have lip service, right, Anna?
Indeed.
She's still mad at me because I educated her
On what? On us bringing her religion?
on her origins. Yo.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I think because the oldest languages are Austronesian, and then you got Santal people in the in the Indian subcontinent. So I think it might be more closer to indigenous people and Asians,
right.
that they came from. Yeah.
That's right. And Santal is one of the arts I'm doing on my channel, one of the tribal arts. So
Yeah.
they're alive today, but in a very reduced capacity because they're not an organized society in the modern sense. They're not institutionalized.
Yeah, I mean, see, the problem is you could see where white people came from because black people have albinism, right? And then you could see where you could see where the whole question is, where did the Asians come from? Because if the Indians came from whites and blacks, then what about the Asians? Where did were they just a separate race?
They came from Asia. Duh.
But were they white people or were white people Asians first?
They're Mongoloids.
I don't even know what that means. That means nothing.
Slanty eyes. Yellow.
Yeah, I know. I see how they look, but I don't get what that means. I mean, Mongoloid means mixed race, right? So what race is mixed to create them, right?
It's
Right?
so disrespectful.
Right.
A mongoloid.
It seems to me more and more, the more indigenous people I meet and relate with my own culture, that we look like each other. There's facets linguistically linking us, culturally, even with respect to plants and plant medicine. So it's I don't know. I think we could be the indigenous, and maybe not. Maybe I don't want to even make that claim because Hinduism doesn't believe in evolution. So it's not like, you had to have a common ancestor.
Yeah, I remember when we moved here, we moved to like the poor part of town where like the white people lived like in trailer parks and shit. And basically, like, you know what I mean? Like the white people were essentially treating me like I was a Mexican. So a long time they thought I was Mexican. All right. So it is what it is. All right. So I got a lot of racist remarks for being Mexican when I was a kid.
Wait a minute. You're not Mexican? Holy shit! I have to learn something new
But
today.
there is that there is a large Arab, like a lot of Mexican genealogy is Arabic, right? You're aware?
Yeah. Obviously the L thing, you know, and EL thing, you know, they got the same language. They got a lot of the
Yeah.
from Spain
Because
because Muslims ruled there for 700 years, and they got people from Morocco, all types of genes. But yeah, they actually have blonde hair and blue eyes in Africa over there. But yeah,
You mean the
the
Spanish?
Berbers, the Berber people of North Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Now, but the people who went to colonize Mexico, they are of like Spanish, like black hair, black eyes type, brown eyes, black hair, and like hairy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the division between lighter skinned people and darker skinned people exists in every race of the world. So I don't even.
Right. There's like light Indians, there's dark Indians.
Yeah, so
Black, almost purple.
Yeah, like the Rohingya and like brown Asian people are basically like the Mexicans of the Asians. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah.
Right, and then in the Mexican people itself, there's a lot of variance because they are very mixed between white, indigenous, and black. So that's a whole different, like even within the Mexican society, there's difference. Just like Indians or like you're mentioning any other race. So yeah.
Hey guys, I'm eating pizza, so I'm still listening, but I won't chime in for a while. So FYI.
Yeah, it's all good.
So Anna, why do some of the people involved with Vedanta say that Kali is a goddess?
She is.
Oh,
She is. So I don't know if it's Vedanta. I don't know because is it Advaita Vedanta that you're speaking of? Because that would be the closest thing to Christianity for us, I think that. But what you might be referring to is Tantra, actually.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit about it right now. It's Swami Vivekananda.
Oh snap! Okay, so that guy was a
that guy's Freemason. Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about that on the show. Yeah, that guy's totally. Well, he was a student of Ramakrishna.
Right.
And if you look into Ramakrishna, you'll figure out everything you need to know. Yeah.
Yeah, so what did he like come over to the States and like got a bunch of like colleges to back his doctrine of Vedanta or something?
Ramakrishna did, I believe.
Okay.
But Vivekananda was well traveled. He was involved in the Indian freedom struggle. And then Vivekananda also was involved in like the formation of the early parliament and governments in the 40s. And he's like hailed as a great poet. You know, he's a great man in India. But he's a Freemason, so that should say it all. But I will tell you the truth. There is, yes, Kali is a goddess. Yet you have to go back and see that nature and well, life itself, all material life and all life is seen as the goddess, and then consciousness is seen as God and the creator of that, of progenitor, even of nature, of the goddess. So in that respect, Kali is one aspect of the goddess, one manifestation, and she only occurs in a specific instance when there is a demon wreaking havoc on earth. I believe it's a buffalo-headed demon or something. And it's like the strength, the sheer force of nature required to neutralize that evil is represented as her cutting off the heads of demons and wearing it as a garland. Like, what would instill fear in a demon? That is the imagery that is Kali. And the final image that most people see is of her almost laying her foot upon her husband, her beloved. So it became to the point that the bloodlust of Kali was uncontrollable. She manifested to destroy this demon, and once the demon was dead, once all the demons were dead, she couldn't, like, there was nothing to pacify her. And so so God himself, that would be Shiva in this case. So Shiva is always the masculine, and whatever goddess is seen as the feminine principle here. So Shiva himself, he lays down and allows her to like, he's ready to be annihilated essentially. But you can't kill God. But it's like, okay, well, I will risk it. Whatever is going to happen happens. And then she notices, oh, it's my husband. And then she comes back to herself, like she snaps back out of that manifestation. So that's a particular instance, and it's instance specific.
That's interesting. I'm reading some of his words here. It says, let us worship the terror for its own sake. For few have dared to worship death or Kali. Let us worship death. And the Swami's words on the Kali, there are some who scoff at the existence of Kali, yet today she is out there amongst the people. They are frantic with fear, and they are solitary, have been called to deal with death. Who can say that the God does not manifest himself as evil as well as good, but only the Hindu dares to worship him as evil? That's kind of crazy.
That's so bad. I would call that blasphemy,
Yeah, and Kuruswamy pulls the same trick. He says, well, there's no difference between sacred and profane,
Well,
and
that's what
all that type of stuff. But that's obviously, they're taking like left-hand path with it.
Yeah, the Swami Vivekananda. That's his words there that I'm quoting.
Yeah,
that's nuts that he said that. And I'm sure that book. Could you tell me the name of the book?
Yeah, it's Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future by Father Seraphim Rose. And I guess like when he was younger, he was involved with Hinduism. So I think he was involved with Vedanta or something like that at one time. And he kind of like goes over his experiences with that, in this book, which it is an Orthodox.
But my question, the reason for that is that's like something that a Christian would read, right? A Hindu would not likely pick up that book unless they were curious religiously.
Right.
So that's because, like, if Vivekananda wrote something like that, he would be stoned or something. I'm convinced. That's crazy to write something.
Yeah, that's like satanic. Pretty much. And yeah, there's lots of people. Basically, he's like trying to incorporate the traditions like of the Aghori and stuff, right, Anna?
Correct, but even the Aghori, they don't worship demons. You know, they worship the deities that kill demons, often in the most ferocious form. So, you know, it's like they worship Shiva. They don't worship evil. Shiva is never evil. So it's like he's saying
Right.
left hand path, but even that he's calling like they're just going full out and saying, oh well, this is evil we're worshiping. So I wonder what it really is. It sounds like
Yeah, that's why it's so interesting when we read those passages there, like from the Upanishads and those things I read on the show. It's almost indistinguishable from, like, you know, the moral teachings in other religions, you know.
Right.
So yeah, so definitely, you know,
So in
evil is
other words,
evil,
this
you
is
know,
like
good
an
is good. Yeah.
extreme
Oh yeah.
subsect or something of Hinduism, where it's this very specific group
Yeah.
that's taking some of these teachings and just going to the extreme with them. I
Yeah,
get it.
100%. And super
I would
modern,
say
because this is
inverting.
1900s, you know. This is like, you know, recent, quite recent too, you know.
Correct. And they're inverting the teachings, not just changing, they're inverting it exactly 180. And they're linked with foreign, like outside India. They have influence. They take Hinduism abroad as well. That's the third thing, the common thread.
Right, because there's like Catholic monks who've introduced his teachings within Catholicism as well, like Jesuits. So
And the Jesuits are the ones that brought Catholicism to India. I went to a Catholic school established by the British.
yeah, it seems like just like a Freemasonic branch theory thing going on here, but they're just blending all
See, like
religions into
it's
one.
not in those days. Like, you know, who are you? You're just a brown dog. That's what they used to call Indians in the 40s. So, like, you don't get to ascend to the rank beyond a clerical position in the office, unless you're from the British people or you have some kind of connection. So it's a really small group of people sitting at the top that also work with the Catholic, so-called Catholic, but really Jesuit missionaries that are coming in to quote unquote colonize India, really. So yeah, anyway, and there's a lot of stuff like because I grew up going to Catholic school simply because my parents wanted me to learn English. I saw that a lot of things, like when I was in second grade itself, there was a big scandal. Like one of the parents came home screaming in our apartments that they had seen the nuns with child pornography, like from the girls at the school. It's all girls school too. And then there was things like they built themselves an entire like mansion with money that was supposed to go to a new building for our school. And they had prime real estate in my city. I mean, like prime, you know, this is today worth in the millions of dollars. But they got that through like certain grants by being well connected at the time of partition and independence of India and Pakistan. So in the early 30s and 40s, all this was divided up, and the Jesuits control and a perverse amount of real estate in India. So it's not so out of this world to imagine that this small group of people is what was controlling both the outflow of Hinduism as well as the influx of Christianity to India.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And what's a trip about this stuff is that he puts it like a lot of the rituals that they would take part in, it's like you do X and you get Y. So it's just straight up black magic. Like you're offering
That's the
something.
definition of black magic.
Yeah, like you're offering something to get something in return. And that's
prayer is
pretty
always
cool.
unconditional. It's never conditional. Unless it's black magic, it's never conditional. And black magic is openly practiced in India. Openly. Especially in Bollywood and all that. It's very much more open than Hollywood. Sorry to interrupt you there. But if you wanted to share any more from that or your reflections, I'd be interested to hear.
Okay, here's something. First, there's idolatry. It may be the worship of an image or a picture with the offering of light, camphor, incense, water, and sweets. The image may be fanned with yak tail, bathed, dressed, and put to bed. This sounds very childish, but it is prudent not to underestimate the psychic experiences which they can elicit. Vedantic idolatry takes the form of self-worship, either mentally or externally, with all the ritualistic props. A common aphoristic saying in India epitomizes this self-worship. It is Soham, or I am he, I am he. And then there's japa, or the repetition of the Sanskrit mantra given to the disciple at his initiation. In effect, it's the chanting of a magic formula, so this is pretty.
So how do you see that?
Well,
Does that make you think that we're Satanists?
well, no. I mean, if I think that it's paganism, really. You know what I mean? Like, not to offend you or in any way, but that seems to be what it is. You know what I mean? And
That's how it's framed.
So I mean, but I know that there's a difference between like a white magic or a dark magic. So there could be, I'm not like denying that people are probably doing some things for the right reasons, but also there's a fine line between the two. And I think that anytime like you're working with something like this, I don't know if it's the greatest type of energies,
Yeah,
Well, I
it's
think
especially the way he's framed it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I get you. Like,
yeah, I think he's been exposed to a left-hand path version of it, right? So perhaps he didn't take a historical view of the situation, because in different parts, the type of deal of apotropaic magic, it can be seen as a sinful practice, or like devil worship within the Hindu system, right? So there's also that aspect to it, right? And a lot of the Upanishads, they're very much insistent about how the God is one. It's unnameable. It's representable. Essentially.
Correct.
Right. So there's that aspect of it, that this whole ritual is not to be construed with the fact of actually, giving sacrifices to God or spirits, right? For example, so there's that sort of or whatever, that would be a clarification, for sure. But yeah.
And I wanted to mention that, where is he? This like he's saying that Soham, right? Soham. So
right.
that Soham. So soul is the in breath, and then hum is the out breath. And then the process of chanting Soham is like to quiet the mind, but also to remember, like, who am I really? Who am I really? Am I the breath? Am I what's behind the breath? And then what's behind the breath? Like, it's almost like a way to become the witness and to see, like, who am I really? Who am I really? Like, am I the soul? Where is the soul? Like that Soham is, it's never just said like Soham, you never just say that to indicate the divine. It's just in a specific context during meditation. And it's I am that. And then the meditation is to explore, what is that? What is he? Who is he? If I am he, then who is he? So the point is to go to the point, like to internalize the divine experience with the Soham. And not to say that I'm a god, or like, like it's just not like a flex, essentially. And the other thing is, like, this image worship is relatively new in Hinduism. It's very, very new. Even the act of like formal temple building is very new. So the like the point of having a what is misconstrued as an idol, because I think idol means something totally different in biblical terms, but it's whatever representation that you're using. The correct word would be yantra. Yantra is a Sanskrit word for it, and it's originally a geometric shape, and then later on is crystallized into a deity, a god, or a goddess. But meditation upon this shape is supposed to take you again to that divine experience.
It'd be funny if it was shaped like a cross. like, oops. Like what?
But anyway, another thing is that the shape is supposed to be charged up with life force energy. So it's not just like this framed picture stuff. I mean, like at this point, that's, we shouldn't really be doing that, but people do it. But I'm saying like any kind of like, it's usually 7 metals are used in the creation of this yantra, and then it's charged up with life force energy. So that is the experience of walking into the temple or a church or a place of worship. When you see that, immediately you're like pulled back into like, oh, who am I really? Who am I really? What am I here for? What is life about? That contemplation. But again, he is minimizing it to something and conflating things that are not real. Like Vivekananda there is lying.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a little bit of a sort of Trinitarian idea. You know what I mean? There, in terms of not in terms of the Christian Trinity, because there's no ontological transcendence within the Christian Trinity, because Logos is God, right? But the whole idea there, in terms of how they have the Platonic sort of Trinity of light, consciousness, and vision.
Correct.
So they talk about that.
For the ritual, right? Like you're talking about the way he's doing the ritual with light. Sorry, can you repeat that? Light? It was light.
Yeah, because in the type of Christian idea, it's more like closer to like mind, body, and soul, right?
Right.
But then in the Hindu thing, it's like the Platonic thing where it's light, vision, and consciousness, right?
But it's not true, because in the Hindu view, it would actually be like there would be 5 layers.
Right.
For this, covering the soul. That would be the correct way to look at it. But you're right. What he's doing is equating it to the Platonic view. And even if I were to give you like any sort of like a Trinity view of existence or the fabric of reality, it would be the 3 gunas. And that's a property attributed to everything and systems. So it would be either sattva, rajas, or tamas. Tamas being the sense state of density and lack of consciousness. Sattva being the state of like lightness, but not light, luminary light, but physical lightness, like feeling light, airy, and enlightened. And then rajas is the in between. It's the state of passion or excitement. So that would be like the way to describe it. But that's not in any context of any Hindu ritual. That's used to diagnose people when they come in and they're sick, and you're trying to figure out what's going on with them. So like Vivekananda is fabricating that.
He talks about this place in the Himalayan mountains, right? And there's like a ice image that's waxing and waning. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So he says that, I guess he was like in the religion for like 15 years, and he finally made a pilgrimage to go worship his god. And do you know that the god's name that's in the cave? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Is it either Shiva or Hanuman?
I think it starts with a V.
Vishnu?
Vishnu. Yeah, that's it. So
So funny
Check
because it's
this one
actually
out.
Shiva that lives in the Himalayas. But okay, I'm quiet.
Yeah, check this one out, guys. I read this on my show, right? It says, Agni, thou art a sage. This is from Rig Veda, right? Agni, thou art a sage, a priest, a king, protector, father of the sacrifice, commissioned by us men. Thou dost ascend, a messenger conveying to the sky our hymns and offerings, though thy origin be threefold. Now from air, and now from water, and now from the mystic double Arani, thou art thyself a mighty God, a Lord, giver of life and immortality, one in thy essence, but to mortals three.
yeah, that's interesting.
It says one in thy essence, but to mortals three. Then it says displaying thine eternal triple form, as fire on earth, as lightning in the air, and as sun in the heaven. Thou art the cherished guest in every household, father, brother, and son. I thought that was fascinating when I read it, and I was like, "Whoa!" That's from the Rig Veda, you know, one of the
Right.
oldest, right?
Right, the oldest. And Agni is a fire, of course, the element fire, but he's also a deity or a benevolent spirit, I guess, or like a nature spirit. I don't know how to translate it. But they Chiran, no, I forget the Sanskrit word for it. But Aditya is the Sanskrit word for it. But Agni, Indra, Vayu, Vayu is the air deity, so and Indra is a lightning. So all of these are Adityas, and then there's like a Agni within you, right? So in that same system of thinking, the physical body, the physical environment is also having Agni. It's having fire. It's all made up of fire, water, earth, air, and ether. So it's like called to all three Agnis, like Agni the god, Agni as in fire, the element, and then the fire within all things and all beings. But another thing is that threefold is referring to the lokas. So loka being realms, and in the Puranas it shows the 7 realms above earth and 7 realms below earth. And usually when they say threefold, they're referring to like our plane, the heavenly planes, and the lower planes. And sort of the threefold is shown to indicate like oh, you're powerful in all three, or all three are in balance within you as well.
So this is sort of like the Orthodox understanding on this is that we have an elder named Elder Gabriel, the Fool for Christ, and he's out of Georgia. And this is a little story from him. It says a Hinduist doubted the Orthodox doctrine of the Holy Trinity by contrasting it with the Hindu representation of the 3 persons of the divinity, which are in harmony but are not of the same essence. He said, "You are wrong, my brother," replied Elder Gabriel. "Our teaching has nothing to do with that is human. It is all revealed by God. How can it therefore be wrong? However, because you are not unable to understand it, I'll give you a tangible example." Then Elder Gabriel performed a miracle similar to that of Saint Spiridon. He took a loaf of bread and placed it on a table. He blessed it in the name of the Holy Trinity, and the bread was divided into its components: water, wheat, and fire. And then he said, "Thus is the Holy Trinity, one God in 3 persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." The elder then sealed the components with the sign of the cross, and the water, wheat, and fire turned into bread again. Just as this bread has one essence with 3 natures, so too do the persons of the Holy Trinity have 3 different hypostases, but are the same essence. So I think his point is that in Hinduism, the representation of 3 persons are aren't of the same divinity, but well, they're of the same divinity, but they're not of the same essence. Something like that.
Well, I think they would be of the same essence, but they would be, but they won't be identical to the supreme nature, right?
Correct. Correct.
So
Okay.
that
So
would be the
that
distinction. Yeah.
Shiva is even Shiva, you know. Okay, so I had to start at the beginning. The original God is Brahman, that's what is called Brahman. But in the Trinity system, like once the universe has been created, then it's like the one that is at the beginning is Shiva, and then he creates Vishnu, and then Vishnu creates Brahma. But then all three have wives. So there is a Tridevi. There is a a goddess, and then Trimurti is a three god. So the masculine and the feminine.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so it's definitely different. But yeah, the divinity, the real divinity would be on a higher level than the Trinitarian aspects. Yeah.
Correct. They say Shiva is dreaming, and we're all in that dream. And he himself will wake up to the fact that what is his true nature is Brahman. And then Brahman is what the Upanishads, they harp on and on about, is the unnameable, unknowable, never dies and never is born. All of apparent reality comes from it, but it's not it. So you know that then who is God? So even the ultimate Shiva is contemplating, like kind of like transcending his form in essence. And TML, I think it was on your show that it was like even the Trinity, the Hindu Trinity, was kind of like, hey, humanity, like even we're aware that our form is transitory, like become aware, like wake up, come on, catch up. And yeah, I think it was on one of your shows where you were reading from the Vedas, yeah, from the Rig Veda or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's some wild stuff. I mean, it's like, and that's why it's so important for people to study this stuff on their own, because it's like, you will get some kind of hemmed up picture of things, right? It's so good to just, compare resources and let it flow, right? And then also, collaborate with those people who actually follow or can teach those things, right? Like I had to go hard to find somebody like Father Swaden, right? So I could get like, oh, like this is a guy that I could actually trust, right? In terms of giving me advice on this particular way of life, after sifting through so much bullshit, right? As you can imagine, right?
Well, yeah, he's been involved with True Orthodoxy for almost 20 years. And a lot of it has been a lot of slander and
Right.
attacks from people who call themselves Orthodox but really aren't and don't represent the traditional view of what Christianity really is. And there's so many out there that I think that Christ and Christianity has been given a bad name, and we like, especially the teachings just being misrepresented, and it comes off like we're fanatics but I think that the truth of the matter is that it's more of a fear of God, of staying within his guidelines for us, that we don't go over those guidelines, whereas people like modern ecumenists or something like that would be like, have all these emotional arguments as to why we should join with other religions or with Rome or whatever. It's like, well, just like any other tradition, you don't want your tradition to be invaded by another one, and because it just pollutes things and it confuses things, and that's not what Orthodoxy is about.
And I want to say that that's why. Well, I don't know if this is Sweden. Well, how do you Sweden?
Sweden.
Joseph. Yeah, I don't know if this is his case or not. I'm not too familiar with him yet, but
Yeah, we had an interesting episode where we had him on. Actually, we had him on twice. You know, and he was nice enough to come by, even on an open panel. You know, and just you know, I think that time he fought with Paul Enslaved. It was hilarious, you know, because he totally slammed his philosophy. You know, that's like the big dog YouTuber that's in our space, right? And
Big dog, if you can
yeah,
call it that.
yeah, and Father Sladen made him look like a fool, and then and yeah, and then he came back, and I had a one-on-one interview with him, you know, and yeah, I was trying to get to the bottom, because I knew there was something about, because I was trying to look for, you know, quote unquote, the oldest form of Christianity. You know, that was my goal. You know, after I wrote my book, you know, I was like, let me go find the oldest form of Christianity. That's what I want to find. Right. So, so, you know, so I proceeded to go talk to different people, and that's how I found all these, you know, quote unquote, Orthodox Christians. I later found out that that's a very, very broad categorization. Right? But yeah.
Right. Right, but I experienced that within Hinduism, it's not like people are not interested in what I have to say at all. And there is like this transhuman, to a degree, futurist, nationalist, Hindu nationalist move going on, and like they're proud of like having landed something on the moon or something, or you know. So it's there's a lot of hypocrisy. So I just prefer to be true to my faith and just read the Vedas and then translate from Sanskrit on my channel. Along with other indigenous people, I share their message as well. So, I mean, yeah, whatever. I just wanted to declare that. But I think that every person should tell the story of the roots as they're discovering it, or could. But each one must discover their roots upon, you know, that's their responsibility, and their faith as well. So, yeah.
I think this too is that a lot of times in our modern era, like, and this is what Taoism with Hinduism with Christianity is like, we're in an era where these things are called Christian, but they're very different from the original teachings. And people catch on to that and think that's what it is, but it's really not. And the closer you go, like farther back, I think there's more truth there, just on the practical level, spiritual level, because I think man was probably closer to God or the divine at that time.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I think it's because of all of the technology, you know, that we've fallen away from. I mean, all of that type of you know, understanding, because nature is a sign of God. All right. But yeah, you know, but anyways, I gotta get going here. I'm gonna talk to my wife for like an hour here before I do my show here. But yeah, blessings, guys. You've been right. I'm gonna hop on in about 8 p.m. I'm starting. So you know,
Okay,
you guys
bless,
come on
man.
by if you guys want. Yeah.
Blessings.
Yeah.
See you
Yeah.
then, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be talking about Elul again at the beginning. But yeah, blessings.
Appreciate you. I wanted to say, I have been obsessed about the origins of Christianity, but not as a public endeavor. Because there is like so I don't know, this might mean something to you, Unseen Warfare, because the Niños Santos, or the holy innocents, we talked about that, you and I.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
so I had South India, supposedly Saint Thomas, the Apostle Thomas supposedly arrived there, because there's all these South Indians that have taken the name Matthews and Thomas, and then their parish of origin, they say, is Antioquia. So I wonder if he was from Spain. But there's a connection there. And then there is like a spot, there's a cave that they say Jesus meditated in India. And something like so. That's on my list, like finding out where that spot is and visiting. That's kind of like stuff I'm passionate about. But I'm interested in also the Aramaic speaking Christians at the time and like what their point of view or what.
Well, this is something that a lot of people don't realize is that the apostles, they did speak Aramaic, right? But they were around Rome, so the trade language was Greek. So Christ and the apostles would have spoke Greek as well. You get what I'm saying? So, and the Septuagint.
Latin as well.
You said what?
Latin as well.
They probably would have. Yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine so. It's like probably the three languages. It's like I would imagine that they would speak Aramaic with their relatives, and then if they had to go out and speak with like the Gentiles or whatever, they would speak Greek or Latin or what have you. I'm not sure if all of them were educated to that level. So a lot of them were just like illiterate fishermen, which we see that kind of like that's a miracle in itself that Rome would shortly be captured by this movement started by 12 illiterate fishermen, because it was a pagan nation. And a lot of people talk about like how evil Constantine was or something like that. And I think that's just mythology really like created by Protestants who don't want to hold to the councils, but
Isn't it the Council of Nicaea that divvied up and said this books will say yes and this no? And
well, that's what they say, but actually that council didn't deal with the canon of the scriptures at all. That didn't come until like 450 or something. So the Council of Nicaea actually dealt with Arianism, which was a teaching that Christ was a created creature.
and what, that he's a high priest and all that?
Well, yeah, they basically was like, yeah, he's a created creature. He's not God. He's not on the same level as God the Father and the Holy Spirit. He's just a created creature. And then Saint Athanasius and the other bishops were arguing, no, that's not true. That's where the doctrine of the Holy Trinity, although it's described in the New Testament and the Old Testament, it's defined. So it's not that a doctrine sort of developed. It's rather it was defined because it was put into question by the Arians. But the Arians did take over churches and they had bishops there.
And by Arian, you mean what? Like the pagans of Rome?
So the Arians were this group that started under this guy named Arius. And like I said, he taught.
From Persia?
He was a Greek philosopher, kind of like trained in rhetoric by the mystery schools, and he sort of didn't use the divine or had a true connection with God. He sort of just used logic to come to his conclusions, and this led him down a path that sort of misrepresented the scriptures, and where he was actually proven wrong by Saint Spiridon, who was a simple sheep herder. So this philosopher who was like trained in rhetoric gets completely schooled by this simple sheep herder who performs a miracle in front of him at that council. And he was thrown out, and they decided that the Trinitarian doctrine was the correct doctrine for the church. Now, it had already been established prior that this was the teaching, but it was only called into question once these people started trying to introduce this other teaching and were confusing people in Rome. So that's kind of what happened there.
A Trinitarian? Is that what he said?
You said what?
Didn't I-Fi say he was a Trinitarian?
Yeah, that's the weird thing about it is that these words, like even the word Trinitarian, came from Saint Athanasius, who was an early Orthodox bishop. So they're taking doctrines that were created by the Orthodox, and they're taking the canon that was put in place by the Orthodox in our councils, and then they're just removing it and saying, well, we're just going to throw out all this and keep this. But you can't do that. That takes everything out of context then. You got thousands of years of martyrs and people that stood up for the faith who are just being left behind because you feel like you want to redo everything. You know, it's
Right, for a nefarious purpose. But so Jesus and the apostles, they are of a different ethnicity than the Pharisees. Like the Pharisees are Roman Jews, and then Jesus and the apostles are Aramaic.
Well, no, like Christ and the apostles were a part of that group of the Pharisees, right? But they not like the inner like council of Pharisees. More like they went to the temple and did sacrifices and they did everything that they were supposed to do along with those teachings of Judaism.
Right.
But what Christ came to do was sort of establish that these people aren't, they're putting their man-made traditions into what God taught the prophets, and they got all this wrong, really. And he came to correct that, and then they killed him for it. You know, he did miracles and did all these things, and they crucified him for it. But those inner working of those people, those Jewish scribes, I mean, those the Jewish council rallied the people against Christ. So it was like this small group of people that controlled public opinion, and then had Caesar sort of get him and crucify him, which Rome was like over all the Jews. Like they were in ownership of all the provinces of Judea.
And okay, so this like ritual sacrifice of children is going on, right, at that time.
Well, like there was the Canaanites. Okay, so what they would do was they would sacrifice children to Moloch, which I'm sure everybody's heard of.
Right.
But the like the original prophets, like you have like I think it was Elijah. He stood up against them, you know. And so throughout the centuries, you had these group of people that sort of went into the ways of Cain, is what we would say. A lot of people talk about the Nephilim, all right, in the Genesis. But what we understand the sons of God to be are those that followed God, and then the sons of man are the ones that followed the ways of Cain. So you know Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
When they were doing intermarriage, this is like a Christian marrying an atheist. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he's flooding the earth, because now the culture is being infiltrated by these unbelievers, and they're subverting the teachings of worshiping God. And that snowballed throughout the centuries in different cultures. Is like Babylon had these mystery schools where they did like Kabbalistic, like early Kabbalistic type rituals, and then you go to Egypt, and then those same teachings are with the Greeks and their mystery schools with Pythagoras, and but even the Jews at the time of Solomon, that actually was going on too, because his wife Bathsheba brought her culture to him, so he stopped worshiping the one true God and started worshiping idols, and that infiltrated Judaism. Now once that infiltrates Judaism, now you have these supposed Jews, but they're really kind of like neo-pagans, neo-Gnostic type ideology. And there's offshoots of that too, where they had little sects of people who believe different things, like the Samaritans and stuff. So yeah, it's a.
What do you make of Saint Thomas going to India?
I believe he did it because the apostles were told to go out to the inhabited world and baptize them. And I believe it's Orthodox teaching that he did reach there. I'm not so sure that like Christ went there and, you know, was taught by the Swamis or something like that. But I do
I
think,
don't know if he was taught by the Swami. Yeah, I don't know. Because that is a Theosophical Society teaching.
right. And what you'll see is like, again, they'll just make up myths. And that's a common theme with those who are involved with the Kabbalah. Like they say the Kabbalah goes back to the time of Abraham or the prophets like Moses and stuff, that they were practicing the Kabbalah. But by all accounts, the like the Lorian, like the Zohar text isn't from it's not 2nd century Aramaic. Although they claim it is, it's like he took from manuscripts from the 1300s and just sort of created his own like system, you know?
Right. So, but then what do you make of the Septuagint from, I think that was St. Augustine. So would you help me identify that with, like, in relation to time with respect to the Council of Nicaea?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Like the Septuagint, you know, I don't know how to, Septuaginta is how they said it in Spanish, but
Right.
I think St. Augustine wrote that.
Well, St. Augustine did commentaries on the Old Testament, right? So, but what actually the Septuagint comes from 70 Jewish scribes, and what they were supposed to do, I believe it was like an emperor, or maybe it was like the Greek emperor, right, had 70 Jewish scribes translate the Old Testament into Greek. Okay, so that's why it's older than a lot of the like the Masoretic text, which
Right.
was rewritten by the Jewish Council once Christianity came about, because they were like, there's too many prophecies in the Old Testament dealing with Messiah and this new Christianity religion's coming around. We can't have this, so we're just going to change this text and rewrite it. And then they ignored the Septuagint. Basically, like, the Greeks are led astray. They don't know what they're talking about. But really, the Septuagint is older.
But I thought the Septuagint is the source for the Latin, the first Latin. I'm blanking on the name, but St. Augustine wrote the first Latin Bible from the Septuagint, in my understanding.
I think it was St. Jerome, right?
Geronimo, yes, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
patron saint of the translators. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I'm sorry to be like a know-it-all or something, but no, but yeah, St. Jerome did that. But a lot of the problems with the Latin translation is that the Latin language almost feels like the Latins miss a lot. Like, they miss a lot of the mystical concepts. They get things wrong through that translation, you know, and that's passed down, and a lot of people take that translation and use it to, like, Unitarianism or something, you know what I mean? They reject the Trinity because of the Latin translation. I don't know why that is, but I would assume it's something to deal with that translation, like that, something that they're reading that's off.
Well, I said that at the time, a lot of people opposed it. They opposed his translation of it.
Yeah, we respect St. Jerome as someone that did his best with the commentaries, and the same with, like, St. Augustine, is that we respect him, but we also acknowledge that he got some things wrong. And it's like, our saints aren't infallible. Like,
He wrote La Vulgata, right? So he didn't take the he said the Septuagint is wrong, and he went from Hebrew when he did it.
yeah, I think that was a lot of influence from maybe some Jewish scholars that he was probably dealing with. You know what I mean? Like he felt like he would get to the roots of it. But just like in the case of King James assumed that the Masoretic, which is the Hebrew text, was older than the Septuagint. So that's why he used it in the King James version. And it leaves out a lot of the prophecies and the wording that was used in the New Testament by the apostles, because you could see that the apostles were using the Septuagint translation when they made reference to the Old Testament scriptures.
Right. But there is a sepultura, no? There's a trans. Am I making this up? I thought so. Saint Jerome's translation wasn't so well received. That's why Saint Augustine used the Septuagint to create the sepultura. I thought was the version they called it, but because La Vulgata was rejected. But you're the one who's the expert.
No, I mean it sounds right to me. Like I don't know everything about it, but I know a little bit about a lot.
Right. Yeah. Let me see if it comes up. But how close is Saint Augustine to the apostles?
Let me look at my timeline right here. I got a little timeline in front of me. Okay. I think he was around 420. So apostles 33 AD, 420,
Okay. All right. So okay. So I'm not making this up. This is from Christianity Stack Exchange. It says Saint Augustine did not approve of Jerome's preferred translation. He thought it a sin to even use it as scripture.
Yeah.
His fear was that it would lead to apparent discrepancies in opinion between Latin and Greek churches and grievously harm church unity. He did not object to translation in general, but to the source that Jerome chose the Hebrew versions instead of the Greek versions. Augustine says, I beseech you not to devote your labor to the work of translating into Latin the sacred canonical books unless you follow the method in which you have translated Job, which was by the Greek text. At the same time, we are in no small measure thankful to God for the work in which you have translated the Gospels from the original Greek, because in almost every passage we have found nothing to object to when we compared it with the Greek scriptures. Okay.
Yeah, and that did lead to exactly what St. Augustine said, that this separation between the Latins, which is Rome, the Roman Catholics, and the Greek, which is the Greek Orthodox. Yeah. Because they have like doctrines on the filioque and things like that, where they say that the Holy Spirit proceeds from both the Father and the Son, and we would say that it proceeds from the Son alone. And it's like a hypostatic procession, where it's like it's from the Father through the Son, where they would say from the Father and the Son. So
So it's small things like that, huh? That's very interesting.
yeah, and what our saints say is that these small deviations lead to complete contempt for the dogmas of the church. So it tends to snowball out of control. It's like you don't think it's a major thing, but then little by little you start throwing things out, and before you know it, it becomes completely different from the teachings of the apostles.
Thanks for sharing your knowledge.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks for asking.
The book that you're referring to, that was written by one of the one of the bishops, you said, of the Greek Orthodox Church.
Well, he was with the Russian Orthodox Church. His name's
Whoa.
Hieromonk Seraphim Rose, and he was recently glorified as a saint, and he was a part of like the Beats in the 60s, 50s, 60s. Like he personally met Jack Kerouac, and he kind of went through that, and he went to Alan Watts School at Berkeley to learn Chinese.
Really?
Yeah, and he studied Taoism, and he got deeply involved with Hinduism, and a lot of world religion was basically his study.
Do you think he met Vivekananda?
You said what?
Do you think that he met Vivekananda, like the quotes that he has from Swami Vivekananda in that book? He actually met him.
I don't know if he met him. He might have. I haven't really. I'm not sure about that detail or not.
Written.
But I'm sure that he was around those groups because he was involved with, Alan Watts and that whole movement. And I know that they had
Correct.
relations with those type of people,
Yeah, I think Alan Watts knew Vivekananda directly.
That makes sense. So yeah, so he had some type of connection there.
Now, what year is this book written in?
It was released, if I'm not mistaken, in 1981, maybe, or no, it was released in 1975, and then in 2004 it's been censored. So
where, in India?
And here in America. So the Moscow Patriarchate, who he wrote against a lot, they ended up acquiring the monastery that he built out in Platina, California, and they got a hold of all his books, and now they're censoring it and keeping a lot of his books out of print. So yeah, like
really interesting. But like it does sound like a 70s book, because that's a time like people were just flooding India, and all these gurus were popping up, to like sell them, because it's like a different rule in the same ashram or whatever. There's like the foreign people that come in, they can do drugs and stuff, but like the Indian people don't. And it's just it seems like, especially if Vivekananda was saying those things, it seems like from that time.
The book is written sort of about this syncretistic idea that all religions joining into one religion, and the way he kind of makes it out is that this is leading to like a one world religion of Antichrist, which is setting up the pieces for that to happen,
Yes.
And it's pretty interesting. I recommend it, but I would get a copy prior to 2004 because it's been censored. So
Got it.
yeah,
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
indeed.
So what do y'all think? Neuro's coming back or what?
Probably not.
All right, I'm gonna exit here. I appreciated the conversation a lot, Unseen.
Okay, yeah, you too. We'll talk soon. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully see you at TML stream. I just want to go finish some chores before that.
All right, right on. Later.
Yeah.
And then there were two. Back to Joel the Keebler over here. And Mean Mr. Mustache Man.
Yo, Chiba, if I ever see that cat again, cousin, he ain't gonna make it. Yeah, that's my word, cousin, he ain't gonna make it. Ja Mercury, I just finished putting heat in this Mercury. With heat with speech and my aim was accurate. Off 2 degrees, bubbling from over the toe, skating on ice slippery, smothered in absolute. What you drink? Absolutely, motion melodic, I got it. Carving the suede Pareto with crooks that would trade diamonds. My high velocity fades, my digital doctor, breathing with Sunny Chiba, flaming off vodka in the submarine. Landscaping the next
listen to the super fly, bumping black season on high, melt inside my jig and fly. Tune to the black belt jump, saying sucky sucky now. Come on, sugar, fuck that dude. It's the Casanova brand. Baby, caress up on this. Let me in the centerfold. Sugar smoking Sunny Chiba. Name Chiba, baby Shane. Listen to my game of death. Sugar shacking right to left. Sapping in a fly trap. And your lady Scarface hand over that merchandise. Nice ice.
Killing them soft leaves. Making them cop leaves. Blessing the black leaf. Sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leaves. Making them cop leaves. Blessing the black leaf. Sticking with 40 D's.
Now I got the crystals, bruh. Cola, Graza, Blackula. If cubic zirconia convince a touch them bastards. Money on the wood, make the betting good. Sister girl of Madam Zenobia is running all them bros and chicks. Why is she directing flicks? Whistling a henchman. Guess I gotta feed these cats. Got them Andre crouching. Don't they know I'm Diamond Crook, Satin Struthers production? Now you gotta go my mind shit and try to screw the cats.
Up in SOs with expressos, reflecting ice, familiar face. About to get stoned there off for his life, but not in the sight. Prefer to play the shade the after hours. Besides, meaning China's is taking Henny, don't shower, so I bless another glass. Pass the link to Joe Ching. Don't talk, don't think, just start the flashing and make a cinema. Limit the choices. Her voice is coming from the rear, but those ain't my campus. I'ma see them again. Yeah. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves. Blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves. Blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Ain't no motions without my baby Quicksilver. Yeah, that's my lady. Before this Holocaust on the concourse starts on my late tree. In the vigor, sensations seductive. I let my guard down. My fold about the reefers in the back of my building uptown. Run yours, I pause, turned around, too deep delays. God bless my twin soul, Sonny Chiba to save the day.
Gotta set him free one more time, touching from behind in the midst of play, trying to 3 out. PG Sway, now the levitate, right inside the outdoors paradise, never blinking twice, just through the fellas how it is.
Yeah, how it is how it was, cousin listen to lower rules. The connection is Wade and Chiba, Karachi blazing Fabu. In the igloo, coolin' the coolest ones and never clashes. Sprinkle my ashes, diamond crooks and we cashes.
Yo, bruh, and dude, definitely set that cat free, bruh.
Killing them soft leads, making them cop leads, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leads, making them cop leads, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leads, making them cop leads. Cop leads.
Nothing has done more to unite the people of the world than this daring venture into the unknown. His decision was to make the journey, and the world watched and listened. Countdown. Blast off.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, man. Army on a solo mission, but I'm still starving, still marching. Train of thought like a drill sergeant. Turn you battle rappers into real martyrs, but the real target, the industry, cause the real harm is when the deals bark and kill the real artists. Ever since the Sugar Hill started, when Sugar Ray was still sparring, I was ill, sparking skills far from real dark, and late night was still caution. Skills sharper these days, these MCs still biting, still barking, still talking real garbage. Explains why I'm feeling so trash bag glad. I get the last laugh, you get the half mask flag. Big cash, quick fast. These rappers phony, thinking this crap is all about the cheese macaroni. I see the path before me, act like you know me. Internationally, center of attention. Not even Shaq can post me. Category, Trackazoid, beach classic only. Beat tapping for me, that's the story till I'm Casper Ghostly. Every joint I'm on point, no need the action. No be swinging at your throat, be not breathing like you Braxton Tony. Every mic got every mic got every mic got every mic got Yo, I'm flowing out to blow the microphone out. I spit the flows out, Mr. Skull Mouse, no doubt. Tickets sold out. Black and white kids, different strokes house. Transform you pessimist to optimist and roll out. Decepticon style, Megatron blow. Check the bomb files. 007 stretch beyond bounds of the earth moon. Universe soon to burst through. 365 prepare live, you April 1st, fool. These wannabe best rappers holding wet bladders. Need a step ladder, still couldn't reach my best status. Inspector got it, extra baggage, I was blessed to have it. You must be still guessing at it, still testing average. I'm never slipping, even if you peel the fresh banana. The moves I'm making checks and balance like a chess fanatic. You less advantage, manic, depressing, impressed to panic. Lyrics hot enough to melt your plastic, run your flesh to ashes. That's what you earn when you're not well rehearsed. Somebody gotta help preserve this art form. Myself prefer, check the verse. It's like a magic spell with words. These whack MCs probably felt it worse than a Celtic bird. I remember when Bam was hot, planet rock. Jordan was the man to stop. Knowledge every chance I got. Keys to the master lock deals, not real unless it's God's will. Got NASA job skills, call me astronaut Neil. I reach for the top and be the first to leave orbit. Report it, bricks and decompose, we enforce it. I'm here to paint a portrait untainted by the corporate. The 5 forces of your gravity will fly orders. These accomplishments, be a rocket ship, compliment my confidence. I'll be among stars without your documents. Big budget marketing, demographic targeting. All I need is beats and rhymes. Every mic I